The sweet, innocent beauty at my school braved the downpour and rushed to my door, just to sleep over at my place for one night. But I turned her away. The next day, the prettiest girl in school was brutally murdered in the alley behind my home. Guilt haunted me from then on. After entering the police academy, I relentlessly pursued her killer. But the torrential rain had washed away every trace. For 10 whole years, I found nothing. Then a sudden bolt of lightning sent me back to this turning point in fate. Sent me back to this turning point in fate. Sent me back to this turning point in fate. Gu, I heard your parents are away on business. You are home alone. Could I stay at your place for a few days? I looked at the girl before me. Instinctively, I reached out to touch her. Bai Wei instinctively tried to flinch away, but forced herself to endure it, desperate for help. She stood frozen in place. My fingertips met ice-cold skin. Her faint tremble told me clearly. She was still alive. I had truly come back. I am sorry. Ah. I pulled her into my arms. Amid the roar of the rain, silence fell between us. She stiffened in my embrace. Too afraid to move, I quickly let go, retreating to the edge of the light. You look so cold. I just wanted to warm you up. Sorry. I stepped aside and ushered her inside. Seeing how pale she was, my thoughts churned wildly. In my previous life, after the killer committed this crime in Shanghai City, he vanished without a trace. This time, I would not only save her, I would use my years of investigative experience to catch the real killer at the crime scene tonight. Bai Wei stood anxiously in the entryway, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes. When I turned to get her some slippers, she grew even more flustered. My socks are wet. They will dirty your slippers. I can go in barefoot. I will mop the floor afterward. On a stormy night, a lone man and woman were alone together, with her clothes soaked through. The situation left her deeply uneasy. She dug her nails deep into her palm, forcing herself to stay calm. While my back was turned, she quickly used the corner of her eye to survey the room. Only when she saw hot tea and scattered cardboard boxes on the coffee table did her rigid back relax a little. For drying your hair, use it if you do not mind. But, could I borrow some clothes too? Only then did I notice she was clutching her soaked shirt tightly. Since you need to change anyway, you might as well take a hot bath. Otherwise, you will catch a cold. The guest room has no bathtub. Use the bathroom in my room. I will run you a hot bath. Bai Wei lowered her head in embarrassment, answering in a voice barely above a whisper. Water soon began rushing in the bathroom. Bai Wei watched me busily moving about, then finally gathered her courage. Gu. Just call me by my name. Are you wondering why I did not ask why you needed a place to stay? Bai Wei looked up in surprise, then nodded, her eyes full of curiosity. A beautiful girl like you, knocking on someone's door in a storm and begging for shelter, must have had no other choice. Hearing that, Bai Wei's eyes reddened. Once I tested the water temperature, I rose and slowly walked over to her. Then I suddenly planted a hand against the wall beside her, trapping her within my arms. I am not worried that you have ulterior motives, but aren't you afraid of staying here? That I might try something with you. Bai Wei leaned against the wall, gently biting her lip. Warmth flowed through her entire body. Bai Wei said, I trust you. Her beautiful eyes met mine without hesitation. Her answer left no room for me to keep testing her. Remembering I still had something important to do tonight, I smiled and withdrew my hand. Go take your bath. As for clean clothes, with your figure, this shirt will work perfectly as a dress. It will do for now. Your clothes, put them in the washer, then put them in the dryer. They will be dry in no time. Thank you. Bai Wei turned and entered the bathroom. That thank you was partly for taking her in, and partly for my understanding and acceptance. Listening to the water running in the bathroom, I smiled and left the bedroom to make ginger tea. After a while, the bathroom door opened. Bai Wei emerged wearing an oversized hoodie. The steam had left a faint blush on her cheeks, revealing her fair skin above the knees. Bai Wei slipped into the warm, fluffy slippers. Much of her shyness melted away. The moment she left the bedroom, she caught the sweet, warming scent of honey ginger tea. I approached with a mug in hand, my gaze brushing over the loose collar of her hoodie. My Adam's apple bobbed. Here, have some ginger brown sugar tea. Bai Wei accepted the mug and took small sips. Want me to make you some noodles? Wouldn't that be too much trouble? What trouble? It will only take a few minutes. Sit down. I will add to eggs for you. Just as I was about to get up, a small hand tugged me back. I can fry eggs. Let me help too. In the kitchen, my deft knife work took Bai Wei by surprise. Soon, neatly sliced tomatoes and ham covered the cutting board. Bai Wei stepped onto a small stool and stretched for the carton of eggs on the top shelf. As she moved, the hem of her oversized hoodie lifted at once. I caught a glimpse from the corner of my eye, and my face instantly turned crimson. Bai Wei seemed to notice my gaze and hurriedly pulled down her hoodie, but she lost her footing on the stool. I quickly reached from behind to steady her, but my palm accidentally slipped somewhere it should not have. Her body went limp. She fell straight into my arms, the sandalwood scent in her hair suddenly mingled with the citrus scent of her body wash. We both froze in place. Not until boiling water splashed from the soup pot was the intimate moment broken. I hurriedly pulled my hand away and stepped back half a pace. I pressed a skimmer into her hand. You stir? As I turned, I caught sight of my reddened ears in the mirror. All these years, it was not that I felt nothing for girls. There simply had not been anyone else who could make my heart race like this. Bai Wei blushed, lowering her head as she stirred the noodles. The oil sizzled in the pan. It perfectly masked the roar of our heartbeats. The aroma of tomato noodle soup soon filled the kitchen. I brought the noodles to the table, deliberately avoiding her faintly trembling fingertips. Careful, it is hot. Put on whatever you want to watch. The instant the television came on, Bai Wei suddenly gripped her chopsticks tightly. The screen was playing the adult video I had forgotten to switch off. The footage was extremely explicit. I gave an embarrassed cough and quickly switched to the television menu. Then I put on Crayon Shin-chan. I had almost forgotten. Back then, I had been afraid of being caught watching adult videos, which was why I refused to let the prettiest girl in school inside. Fortunately, after all these years, my skin has grown thicker. Without blushing or missing a beat, I quickly switched it off as if nothing had happened. Bai Wei quickly changed the subject too. I had no idea you were such a good cook. I took a tissue and gently wiped the tiny beads of sweat from the tip of her nose. Eat slowly. There is more in the pot. She focused on eating her noodles, finishing every last noodle and drop of soup. Her face was full of contentment. Are you full after just one bowl? The moment she finished speaking, thunder suddenly crashed outside. Instinctively, I looked at the wall clock. It was 9:57 p.m. until the time of the murder in my previous life. Only about half an hour remained. This time, I would see the killer's true face. Time was running out. I prepared to head straight to the area near the crime scene and investigate. I brought her a glass of water and draped a blanket over her. Now that you are full, watch television in the living room and let your food settle. I will wash the bowls when I get back. I am heading out to buy a late-night snack. I will be back soon. You are going out in rain this heavy? It is fine. It is close. As I reached the door, I suddenly stopped and turned around. I was worried the criminal had planned this in advance, and might even have followed her here and be hiding nearby. Remember, until I return, do not open the door for anyone who rings the bell. I have a key. I will not ring the bell. Okay. At my instructions, Bai Wei nodded obediently like a little kitten. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. As the door closed, she looked around the empty room. Curled up on the sofa, she quietly waited for me to return. I opened my black umbrella and stepped into the rain. I glanced at my waterproof watch. It was 9:58 p.m. In my previous life, the coroner concluded that Bai Wei had died at around 10:30 p.m. My destination tonight was on the route she had taken in her previous life, the 24-hour convenience store. In my previous life, Bai Wei borrowed an umbrella from that store. After eating, she walked toward the alley where the crime occurred. Though she had stayed at my place tonight, I still had to make sure the timeline would not correct itself by using a substitute, causing someone else to die in Bai Wei's place. I would never allow that to happen. On the way, I took out my phone and checked the cameras at home. On the screen, Bai Wei was curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees as she watched television. Once I confirmed she was safely at home and had not gone anywhere, I quickened my pace. As soon as I reached the convenience store, I heard a muffled groan. A thin figure was curled up beside a dumpster at the alley entrance. Several thugs surrounded him, punching and kicking him. They arrogantly demanded to know what he was hiding in his hand. The person pinned to the ground was clutching a light gray handkerchief for dear life. A tin box lay beside him. Yiqi. I recognized him at once. He was the withdrawn student in my class. Yiqi, who was often bullied. Hearing my voice, the thugs spun around. Their faces went pale at once. My parents had considerable influence in Shanghai City, so these thugs usually feared me. Before I had even lowered my umbrella, they fled in panic as if they had seen a ghost. Only the sound of rain drumming against the metal awning remained in the alley. I crouched down and held the umbrella firmly over Yiqi's head. Are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? On his wrist, the scar from a burn 3 months ago still remained. I reached out to help him up, but he recoiled as though shocked. The tin box struck the wall, and several crayons and half a bag of cat food rolled into the muddy water. Thank you. He lowered his head to pick up his backpack. His soaked bangs concealed the teardrop-shaped beauty mark at the corner of his eye. I noticed dark brown stains caught beneath the nails of his left hand. They looked like dried blood. In a downpour like this, you still came out to feed stray cats? Yiqi gave a vague response, then suddenly broke into a violent coughing fit. His thin shoulders trembled in the rain. I took off my jacket and tossed it to him. Put it on. Isn't your mom away on another business trip? If you get sick again, who will take care of your little brother? Just then, security footage from my previous life flashed through my mind. In my previous life, Bai Wei seemed to see something outside the convenience store. Before walking toward the alley, seeing Yiqi now, I suddenly understood. Bai Wei must have seen Yiqi being bullied. Details from my previous life raced through my mind. If Bai Wei had left the convenience store in my previous life to stop this bullying, her soaked appearance could very well have made the thugs' bullying escalate into harassment. I tried to recall Yiqi's demeanor that Monday in my previous life. His injuries had been far worse than they were now, yet he had not reacted much to Bai Wei's death. That meant he had likely risked his life to hold the thugs back in my previous life, which was why they had not taken Bai Wei away. If they did not do it, then the real killer was someone else. After piecing it all together, I immediately zeroed in on one crucial detail. The murder weapon. The cut was exceptionally clean. On a stormy night like this, whoever went out carrying that lethal knife was the prime suspect. Thinking those 3 thugs might be carrying knives, I immediately regretted letting them go. As for the battered Yiqi, he had lived safely until graduation in my previous life. For now, I could only set him aside. If you are okay, hurry home. I had just started to leave when I stopped and glanced at Yiqi's broken umbrella. I shoved my black umbrella into his hands. Your umbrella is broken. Use mine. I have things to do, so I cannot walk you home. Be careful. And get home quickly. Before Yiqi could refuse, I had already plunged into the downpour, vanishing from sight. Because the rain was so heavy, the 3 thugs had not run far. They were sheltering from the rain beneath an awning. They cursed as they discussed whether to pull a sack over my head and beat me up. But because of my family's influence, they did not dare make a move. As they hesitated, I sprinted straight toward them. The 3 thugs jumped in fright. They thought I had come to demand money, and repeatedly waved their hands as they backed away. Hey, gentlemen, let me borrow something. The 3 exchanged looks, their eyes full of wariness. Not money, something else. The 3 stared at me in confusion. I looked at them with an utterly harmless smile. I want to borrow a knife. The 3 thugs froze. Clearly, they did not understand what I was asking. You 3 are street toughs. Do not tell me you go out without even a knife. The provocation worked perfectly. Green Hair, unwilling to back down, pulled the butterfly knife from his pocket. He flipped it around in front of me, showing off. I took one glance and knew it was not the weapon described in the coroner's report. The fruit knife that made such clean cuts. This one is too flashy. I will pay 100 yuan for one like a fruit knife. It is a nice knife, but unfortunately I only brought 100 yuan. Forget it. I ignored the thugs' curses as they suspected I had played them, turned around, and plunged back into the freezing rain. Those 3 thugs did not have the murder weapon I was looking for. This lead was completely dead. A fierce anxiety burned in my chest. Actually, the simplest way to solve the case was to reject Bai Wei just as I had in my previous life, then secretly follow her I could catch the real killer red-handed at the crime scene. But given another chance, the moment I saw Bai Wei safe and sound, I could not suppress the pounding in my heart. I would rather search through every possibility, like looking for a needle in a haystack, than gamble with Bai Wei's life. Even by the slightest margin, I returned to the convenience store. The kind clerk handed me a clean towel to dry the rain from my hair. I thanked them, wiped myself dry, and slipped my phone into a waterproof pouch. Then I copied Bai Wei's movements and pace as she left in my previous life. I opened my umbrella again and stepped into the raging storm. The instant I entered the rain, a violent gust nearly snapped the umbrella ribs. I trudged over mud and shattered glass until I finally reached the start of the surveillance camera's blind spot. This was the very place repeatedly mentioned as the crime scene in the forensic report from my previous life. My waterproof watch glimmered faintly, reading 10:17 p.m. A sudden gust rose, flipping my umbrella inside out. I simply threw the umbrella aside and let the icy rain lash my face and head. My phone vibrated inside its waterproof pouch. Leaning against a damp brick wall, I opened the camera feed from home. In the warm yellow glow, Bai Wei was curled up in the corner of the sofa, rubbing her feet together uneasily. Her gaze kept darting toward the door. Her expression held anticipation, but also a trace of worry. Just wait a little longer. Do not worry. At 10:29 p.m., a sudden burst of clanging metal came from the end of the alley. I immediately crept over, on high alert, but unexpectedly saw someone I knew. Qingqing, the high school's infamous bully, Jiang. At that moment, he was sitting beneath the awning of an illegal structure, peeling an apple with a fruit knife. Well, if it isn't Gu. Why are you out this late, in such terrible weather? Without even an umbrella? What are you doing here? I came out to take care of something. The wind broke my umbrella. What are you doing out this late? Jiang lifted a wrinkled apple from a plastic bag with the tip of his knife. I knew his reputation as a school bully was only a disguise. His family was poor, and his mother suffered from severe uremia. I brought my mom some fruit, but she sent me away. Along the edges of his rain boots was dust from the non-slip plaster used in hospital corridors. His body carried the distinctive disinfectant scent of an intensive care unit. Yet my gaze was fixed on the fruit knife in his hand. The characteristics of this knife were identical to the murder weapon described in Bai Wei's case. Why are you standing in the rain? Get over here already. My house is right nearby. I will lend you an umbrella. I had just stepped beneath the awning when Jiang Yan's phone began ringing urgently. A nurse's frantic voice cried out from the other end, saying his mother's blood oxygen level had suddenly plummeted. Jiang Yan's face changed instantly. The fruit knife splashed into a puddle. He did not even have time to say goodbye. Turning and sprinting madly into the downpour, I bent down and picked the knife up from the muddy water. Its icy touch met my hand. After carefully examining it, I could now confirm that at this time, in this location, its size and design were a perfect match. This was the key murder weapon used to kill Bai Wei in my previous life. If Jiang Yan had accidentally discarded the weapon, then the real killer would very likely pass by within the next half hour and pick it up. I took a deep breath and threw the knife back where it had been. Drawing on my years of criminal investigation experience, I retreated into the shadows and lay quietly in wait. The rain poured down in sheets. 10:35 p.m. Reeking of alcohol, a homeless man staggered beneath the awning. He kicked over an aluminum can. His mud-caked cloth shoes ground heavily over the knife handle, driving the blade deep into the mud. Then, clutching half a bottle of leftover liquor, he staggered away. 10:47 p.m. A delivery rider braked sharply to shelter from the rain. He accidentally stepped on the back of the knife and fell. Cursing under his breath, he climbed back up and kicked the blade into a crack in the drain. Filthy mud instantly buried the whole knife. At 10:55 p.m., the knife lay covered in mud. It would be nearly impossible for anyone to stumble across it now. Until Bai Wei's estimated time of death in my previous life, only a few minutes remained. Suddenly, a figure in a black raincoat, wearing a mask, flashed past the end of the alley. His back was hunched as he headed straight for the mud-covered knife and crouched down. Every muscle in my body tightened like a drawn bowstring. The instant his hand closed around the knife handle, on the wrist exposed beneath his cuff, was a glaring scar from an acid burn. I strode out of the shadows. In the bleak light, I finally saw the face beneath the raincoat clearly. It was Qingqing, two high school's famously kind-hearted teacher. The chemistry teacher, Li Mingyuan. Shock surged through me like a tidal wave. 3 months ago, He had shielded students who were roughhousing in the laboratory, only to be burned by acid himself. Afterward, he had even gently comforted the student responsible. He was also famously henpecked, and no one for miles around had a bad word to say about him. But if he was the killer, then every unanswered question from my previous life made sense. In my previous life, Bai Wei had been attacked in that pitch-black alley, yet there had been no sign that she had tried to flee. That was because she, too, completely trusted that gentle, kind-hearted teacher. If Li Mingyuan had offered to shelter Bai Wei beneath his raincoat and take her home for Mrs. Li to look after, then, helpless in that stormy midnight, Bai Wei would not have been guarded in the slightest. The thought of it filled me with unbearable pain, but I could not act rashly. After all, Li Mingyuan had not committed a crime yet. I decided to use my investigative skills to probe why he was out so late at night. Mr. Li. Li Mingyuan looked up at once. When he saw that I was soaked through, his face filled with surprise and concern. Gunancheng. How did you get soaked like this? I came out to take care of something and got stranded by the rain. Mr. Li. What are you doing out in such heavy rain? I watched his expression closely and keenly caught the flicker of hesitation in his eyes. It is nothing. I just came out to buy a pack of cigarettes. He was lying. Li Mingyuan did not smoke at all. Everyone knew him as a devoted family man. My raincoat is roomy. Come under it and get out of the rain. I will take you to my home. Then lend you the raincoat to wear home. He still looked as gentle and amiable as ever. I nodded blankly and slipped beneath his raincoat. In that cramped space, I noticed his eyes involuntarily flicked toward the adult products vending machine nearby. Before quickly pulling away, he put an arm around my shoulders. On the way, I wandered like a soulless corpse. When we reached his front door, Li Mingyuan suddenly took out his phone, sent a message, then quickly put it away. I forgot my keys. Wait a moment. But I had clearly felt a ring of keys hanging at his waist. That was his second lie tonight. My doubts kept growing. A moment later, the door finally opened. Li Mingyuan's wife stood at the door. Qingqing, a chemistry teacher at our school. She wore a silk robe, its belt hanging loose. Her cheeks flushed. Warm light spilled from the entryway. I glimpsed a toppled wine bottle on the living room coffee table, burning scented candles and scattered rose petals. The air still carried an intimate scent. In that instant, everything became clear. Every clue linked together into a clear chain of events. Mr. Li had planned a romantic evening with his wife, but found they had run out of condoms. So he braved the rain to buy some. Out of his habit of helping others, he had casually cleared the debris clogging the drain, and happened to pick up that fruit knife. Then he ran into me, and felt too embarrassed to go buy condoms afterward. He also could not leave me alone, so he brought me home. And his earlier text, pretending he had forgotten his keys, was only to give his wife, who was wearing sexy lingerie, time to change clothes. All his unusual behavior had a perfectly reasonable explanation now. How did you get so soaked? Sorry about this. Here, dry yourself with this towel. Thank you, Mrs. Li. I took the towel and dried my hair. But my doubts turned into even greater confusion. If he was still that kind-hearted man, if his wife had been eagerly waiting for him to come home and be intimate with her, could a man like that really lust after a female student on the street, then murder her and dump her body? Qingqing noticed Li Mingyuan was still holding a filthy knife and asked curiously, "Where did you find that knife? Why is it so dirty?" I found it by a drain. It was blocking quite a bit of trash. Then I ran into Gunancheng and forgot to throw it away. As Li Mingyuan spoke, he moved to toss the knife into the trash, but I suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, Mr. Li, let me see that knife. Puzzled, Li Mingyuan turned the knife around, with the tip facing inward, and the handle toward me as he handed it over. That instinctive gesture to prevent injury again proved the gentleness at his core. I took the fruit knife and examined it closely. My expression instantly changed. The light had been too dim earlier to see clearly. The blade had a slightly rolled edge. Clearly, this came from repeatedly using it to cut hard objects. The forensic report never mentioned a rolled edge. The cuts would have looked noticeably different. That meant this was not the real murder weapon. I had targeted the wrong lead entirely. I raised my wrist and glanced at my watch. It was already 11 p.m. The real killer might only be appearing now. Panic seized me. I hurriedly shoved the towel back to Qingqing. Sorry, Mr. Li. It is getting late. I need to get home. I will borrow your raincoat for now. I pressed the knife handle back into Li Mingyuan's hand. Put on the raincoat. and plunged into the torrential rain. I sprinted back to the crime scene, searching the area over and over. The occasional passerby hurried past, but none looked like a killer who would stop to commit a crime. By 11:30 p.m., the street was completely deserted. I took out my phone and checked the surveillance feed. Bai Wei was curled up on the sofa. Her head kept nodding like a pecking chick, yet she was still fighting off sleep, glancing toward the door from time to time, waiting for me to come home. I clenched my fists and simply took off the raincoat, continuing to pace around the dark crime scene. Even after midnight, I still had not seen a single suspicious figure. My heart was gripped by a profound sense of helplessness and dread. Had I really missed him? Even after midnight, I still had not seen a single suspicious figure. My heart was gripped by a profound sense of helplessness and dread. Had I really missed him? If I could not find the killer, how could Bai Wei's injustice from her past life ever be cleared? I raised my head, letting the torrential rain lash my face. My gaze grew firmer. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. I immediately opened the surveillance feed. On screen, Bai Wei was bleary with exhaustion, but she still fought down her fear of being alone and walked to the door, pacing there with worry written all over her face. Hey. The sudden voice startled her. She hurriedly looked toward the surveillance camera. Gunan Cheng. Something held me up. I will be back soon. If you are tired, go to sleep first. As long as you are all right, I am not tired yet. I will wait for you to come back. She forced a gentle smile at the camera. I promise I will be right back. She dragged her exhausted body back beneath the blanket, finally looking much more at ease. Watching the empty street, I stood in the downpour, letting icy water pour over me. It was a habit I had developed over the years. Cold water could quickly sharpen my mind. I began frantically retracing everything I had encountered tonight. The convenience store clerk, Yiqi, the three thugs. I forced every one of them onto my list of suspects. When Yiqi was robbed by the thugs, his backpack had been turned upside down. They had not found a single cent on him, let alone a murder weapon. Eliminated. The three thugs. They had motive, but the knives they carried did not match at all. Eliminated. The knife handled by the homeless man and the delivery driver was not the real murder weapon either. Once every impossible suspect had been ruled out, my memories rewound, settling on someone I had thought was absolutely impossible. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had rushed to the hospital because his mother was critically ill, dropping his knife at the scene. But what if his mother's condition had stabilized quickly? Half an hour was enough for him to make a round trip to the hospital. What if, on his way back, he realized he had lost the knife and bought another fruit knife at a nearby store? The case file did contain a record. Between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock that night, someone had bought a fruit knife in the rain, and the time he returned had perfectly avoided the time Mr. Li and I were at Mr. Li's house. Once I traced the entire chain of events, Jiang Yan's suspicion soared. Testing that theory was simple. I only had to knock on Jiang Yan's door now. If he was already home and had truly bought a new knife, then the suspicion against him would be confirmed. Following my memory, I made my way near his home. My heart suddenly sank. The lights in his home were on. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The door opened. Jiang Yan was shirtless, with a towel draped over his head. Old Gu. What the hell? Why are you not home this late? Where did you get that raincoat? I walked inside, and my eyes instantly locked onto a brand new fruit knife on the table. The mystery person in the case file who bought a knife in the rain that night really was him. Mr. Li lent it to me. Did you just get back? Yeah. Something came up with my mom just now. I was so worried. I forgot to lend you an umbrella. What are you doing out so late instead of going home? Nothing. I just enjoy strolling in the rain. You ran off in such a hurry earlier. You dropped your knife. Why did you buy another one? Damn. No wonder I searched every pocket and could not find it. Where did I drop it? Mr. Li picked it up and threw it in the trash. Forget it then. That knife had cut wood before, so its edge was slightly rolled anyway. I just bought a new one on the way back. He smiled casually, but my heart sank into darkness. The time he got home perfectly matched the time of the crime, and he really had bought the same kind of knife as the murder weapon. There was no way to rule him out. I carefully chose my words, then decided to test him directly. Jiang Yan, we are friends, right? Friends, is that all? We are brothers. If something is wrong, just tell me straight. Seeing how loyal he looked, I looked him straight in the eyes. I do not want to see you end up in prison someday for doing something stupid. Think about the consequences before you act. Your mother needs you to look after her. Do not do anything illegal." Jiang froze. He completely misunderstood me. He thought I had found out about his plan to sell counterfeit cigarettes at school. Not only was he not angry, he was moved that I had come through the rain to talk him out of it. He was deeply touched. "Do not worry. Other people may not know what I am like. But you do, right? I will not do it." Seeing that I had achieved my goal, I stood to leave. I did not know then that this accidental warning had made him completely abandon the idea of selling counterfeit cigarettes. As I turned and walked into the rain, he struck a melodramatic pose behind me, thumped his chest, and silently swore that I would be his brother for life. With mixed feelings, I said goodbye to Jiang. Taking Mr. Li's raincoat, I quietly returned to his front door and left the raincoat there. Inside, faint sounds that made my cheeks burn drifted out, so I had left without disturbing them. I walked home through the torrential rain, yet my mood gradually eased. If Jiang truly was the killer, then, at least for now, he could still be guided onto the right path and rid of his dark thoughts. Of everyone I had met tonight, no one was more suspicious than him for now. It was past midnight when I got home. At the sound of the door opening, Bai Wei, who had been dozing beneath the blanket, suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw me return, she immediately broke into a happy smile and hurried over. But the moment she got close, she saw that I was soaked to the bone. "You only went to buy a late-night snack. How did you get yourself this wet?" The wind and rain were just strong. My umbrella broke. The snack got blown away too. "So there is nothing for you to eat. Hurry and take a hot bath. You will catch a cold like this." Seeing the concern on her face, I smiled. The guest room only has a bare wooden platform bed, with no bedding set up. Why not make do with the couch tonight? Or you can squeeze in with me. I will sleep on the couch. I am kidding. You take the bed. I will sleep on the couch. Let me take a bath first. I do not want to soak the floor you just mopped. So I simply stayed in the living room and took off my soaking wet clothes. Hearing fabric rustle, Bai Wei instinctively looked up. The taut lines of my muscles made her heart pound. Her face burned hot. Her throat felt stuffed with cotton, leaving her unable to speak. "I will take a bath first. When I am done, I will call you in to sleep in the bedroom." I did not notice her unusual reaction. Grabbing my wet clothes, I went into the bathroom. Bai Wei nodded mechanically. Only when the sound of running water came from the bathroom did she collapse onto the couch as if strength had left her body. She pressed the back of her hand tightly to her burning cheeks. After an unknown amount of time, I came out wrapped in a bath towel. I had meant to tell her to sleep in the bedroom, but found her like a little kitten, curled up on the couch, hugging the blanket as she slept deeply. Her quiet, peaceful breaths filled the room. I walked over slowly and crouched beside her. Quietly, I studied her sleeping face. Watching her steady breathing, I still felt as though I were dreaming. As I reached out to brush the hair from her face, the water droplets still clinging to my arm settled on the bow of her slightly parted upper lip. She unconsciously licked it away. Startled, I quickly tightened my fingers. Thunder crashed outside the window. Bai Wei suddenly turned over, kicking half the blanket away. I instinctively reached out to catch it, but touched her warm, soft ankle instead. I could clearly feel it. Her once steady breathing became uneven. Her eyelashes fluttered fiercely, and her body temperature slowly rose. She was awake, but she did not open her eyes. I did not expose her. Instead, I lifted her up, blanket and all. I carried her steadily toward the bedroom. The girl in my arms grew more and more tense. I gently laid her on the bed. I pulled away the blanket and covered her with my quilt. Then I bent down close to her ear. "Good night." My hot breath made her instinctively draw back her neck. I smiled. Then I turned and walked out. As the bedroom door closed, Bai Wei opened her eyes in the darkness. In truth, during those few short steps from the living room to the bedroom, her mind had already gone completely blank. She had been nervous beyond measure, yet she never expected to be met with such a gentle good night. She drew the edge of the quilt clutched in her small hands up to her nose. The quilt still carried the faint scent of body wash. For the first time in her life, she did not curl herself into a ball. Instead, she stretched out and wrapped herself snugly in the quilt, then drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, the torrential rain that had fallen all night finally began to ease. Well rested, Bai Wei got up early. She changed into the clothes that had been dried overnight. To keep her promise to repay me through housework, she conscientiously tidied my bedroom until it was spotless. But when she quietly stepped out of the room, she suddenly froze. I had been exhausted last night, with a bath towel around my lower body and a blanket over me. I had fallen sound asleep on the couch. Now, my back was to her, but the bath towel that should have been wrapped around me had somehow fallen completely onto the floor. Bai Wei's little face instantly turned scarlet. To distract herself, she skillfully used the ingredients in the refrigerator to make sandwiches and warm milk. But in her mind, she could not stop seeing the blush-inducing sight from moments ago. Just as Bai Wei set breakfast on the table, I woke up on the couch, still half asleep. I instinctively reached for my service pistol on the bedside table, but my hand found only the cold glass of the coffee table. I abruptly pushed myself upright with my left hand. The old injury in my left shoulder from chasing a violent criminal did not send even the slightest stab of pain through me, pressing my temples. I frowned and lifted the bath towel. The skin before my eyes was utterly at odds with my memories. The knife scars from past fights had vanished. In their place was a smooth, youthful body, unmarked as new. I was fully awake now. I really had returned 10 years into the past. I whipped my head toward the wide-open bedroom door. My heart skipped a beat. Only when I saw her busy silhouette in the kitchen did I slump heavily back onto the couch. I let out a long breath. Thank goodness, it was not a dream. She really survived that stormy night. In my previous life, as a detective, I carried endless guilt and exhaustion. I had never enjoyed even one day of a young person's life. Now she was still here, and my youth had returned to. This time, I would truly live my life over. Gunansheng, it is time to get up and eat. Breakfast is ready. I do not know if it suits your taste. Bai Wei peeked out from the dining room. She called to me softly. I sat up. I breathed in the delicious scent. The air was filled with the tempting aroma of wheat and milk. I will be right there. I walked to the dining table. Bai Wei was sitting quietly, waiting for me. You do not have to wait for me next time. Just go ahead and eat. It is fine. I have to wait for you to finish so we can wash the dishes together anyway. Try it and see if you like it. If it needs improving, I will make it that way next time. With cooking like this, you could open a shop behind the school. I will work the register, and you can be the chef. I used to be pretty diligent living alone. But if I live with you, I am afraid you will turn me into a lazy pig. Ha ha. Bai Wei cupped her cheeks in both hands, her smile growing brighter. I took a bite of the sandwich. Warm fried egg and cheese melted across my tongue. It tasted surprisingly good. I pulled out a napkin and casually wiped the spot of oil from the tip of her nose. Bai Wei's earlobes instantly turned pink. Shyly, she lowered her head and stirred the milk in her cup. After breakfast, I was about to clear the dishes when I brushed against her outstretched hand. Her hand was soft, yet icy cold. Bai Wei insisted on taking care of all the chores. With remarkably efficient movements, she left the kitchen spotless. The moment she came out of the kitchen, she looked around again, ready to find more work to do. I grabbed her small hand. Then I firmly pressed her down onto the couch. You seem low on energy. You are not allowed to do any work for the next 2 days. I am in charge here. You have to follow my orders and get some proper rest. Otherwise, I will have to throw you out. My words frightened Bai Wei. She obediently nodded. Come shopping with me later. I will buy you some new clothes. I can go home and get some clothes to change into. At the mention of home, her expression became visibly uneasy and resistant. No need. We will buy new ones. If you do not have money, I will cover it for now. Principal and interest included. You will have to work here as my housekeeper until it is paid off. And if you cannot repay it, I will not let you leave. Of course, Bai Wei could hear that I wanted her to stay. A warm feeling flowed through her heart. At last, she gave a peaceful smile and quietly agreed. Where do you usually buy your clothes? At that second-hand clothing shop round the corner behind the school. 50 yuan can buy a complete outfit, but I disinfect them carefully. Every time, I boil them in water 3 times, then leave them in the sun for a long time. Her soft voice carried a trace of unease. She was afraid I would look down on her for it. A place suddenly came to mind. The clothes there are quite nice. When I suddenly took her hand, Bai Wei stumbled half a step. Her forehead lightly bumped my shoulder blade. She did not pull away. She let me lead her to a glass storefront on the corner. The tailor shop's wooden door stood half open. The chime of a brass bell and a languid chanson from a gramophone mingled together. Bai Wei looked at the expensive fabrics displayed in the window. Uneasily, she tugged at Gunansheng's sleeve. This place looks so expensive. The owner is an old classmate of my mother's. She mainly serves students. It is not expensive. Come on in. I pushed open the door. The shop was filled with the scent of freshly pressed cotton. Anzu looked up from behind the counter. Her gaze fell on our clasped hands, and crow's feet appeared at the corners of her smiling eyes. Oh, what a beautiful girl. Nansheng, you brought your girlfriend here to pick out clothes. Bai Wei's ears instantly turned bright red. Noticing her nervousness, I gently released her hand. Anzu, could you help her pick out a few outfits for the new season? She will need a few sets of underwear too. Pure cotton, Class A. Smiling, Anzu took Bai Wei's hand and led her behind the fitting curtain. The curtain only concealed her from the neck down. Bai Wei kept feeling as though she was exposed to my gaze. Blushing shyly, she kept shrinking behind the racks. I retreated to a seat by the window, absently flipping through the catalog. Yet the soft voices behind the curtain reached my ears clearly. I really do not need the lace ones. Listen to me, dear. A woman should please herself. Underwear is worn underneath. As long as you like it, that is all that matters. This set will absolutely drive that rascal Nancheng wild. If you like it, he will like seeing it too. It is a win-win. Bai Wei had wanted to explain our relationship, but when the words reached her lips, she could not say them. In the end, she only blushed and agreed. After picking out the underwear, Anzu gathered several more outfits and ducked behind the curtain, listening to the rustle of fabric inside. A thin sheen of sweat formed on the back of my neck. I could not stop imagining how she would look in them. The curtain swept open. Does it look strange? Bai Wei clutched her skirt and turned halfway around. Morning light wrapped her in a translucent honey glow. Her cotton skirt swayed in a graceful arc, like newly blooming lilies of the valley. My throat bobbed hard. I suddenly stood and smoothed down her shirt collar. You fastened the second button wrong. My fingertips accidentally brushed the skin at her neck. I snatched my hand back as if shocked. Then I grabbed a woven straw sun hat and set it on her head to hide my fluster. Looks like you are both very pleased. Try on this one too. The curtain opened again. The translucent ramie fabric traced the young woman's curves in the morning light. For a moment, I could not look away. Anzu had an exceptional eye. Every outfit she chose fit perfectly. Seeing that she was getting carried away with matching outfits, I quickly spoke up to stop her. All right, Anzu. No more outfits. My card is about to hit its limit. What are you worried about? Get your mother to reimburse you later. She will be thrilled to spend money on her future daughter-in-law. I thought you'd had already gone all the way. With a wry smile, I repeatedly asked her to keep it secret. Teasing us, Anzu gave us a Fengzhi and family price at 90% off. When I paid, she wrapped the underwear separately, then leaned close and whispered in my ear. As for your little girlfriend's figure, Anzu has personally checked it out for you. I spluttered and coughed. My ears burning, I handed over my credit card. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Bai Wei standing on tiptoe, looking at a lace nightgown by the window. In the morning light, she looked impossibly young and lovely. In 8 days, that horrifying photo of her corpse in the torrential rain from my past life flashed through my mind again. I clenched my fists. Silently, I swore to myself, as long as I am alive in this life, I will protect this precious beauty before me with everything I have. With the clothes taken care of, all that remained was bedding. I walked ahead carrying the shopping bags. Bai Wei's steps were a little slower. She secretly watched me from the corner of her eye. The furniture section is on the 4th floor. Just pick whatever you like. You are the one who will be sleeping in it after all. At that moment, we were like a young couple out shopping. With a hint of nerves and sweetness, she entered the bedding store. The warm yellow lighting made everything seem soft. I pushed the cart beside her, watching her bend over to browse. It felt as though we were newlyweds furnishing a home. Is this too expensive? What do you mean, expensive? If you like it, try it first. I took down a silk comforter and placed it in her arms. She smiled but said nothing. While I crouched by the shelf, comparing fillings, she quietly took that 4-figure silk comforter and put it back. She picked up a cheaper pale green washed cotton one instead. This one feels nice. Nice? In what way? The texture is terrible. Then I realized the price had scared her away. I stood and lightly tapped her forehead. Good bedding improves your sleep. Besides, you will not be staying in the guest room from now on. We can wash it and save it for guests later. So it is fine to buy something expensive. The double meaning behind we and not staying in the guest room made her read a different meaning into my words. She froze slightly. Come try the support on this mattress. Before she could react, I pulled her into the fluffy silk comforter. Then I slipped a memory-foam pillow beneath her head. Through her clothes, my palm gently supported the curve of her lower back. Bai Wei sank into the soft bedding, her cheeks faintly flushed. She felt as if the air around her was filled with the sweetness of honey. After we bought everything, she stared at the pale cherry blossom comforter in the cart and thanked me softly. Thank you, Gunan Cheng. I suddenly stopped walking. She instinctively bumped into my back. You do not need to say thank you anymore. Actions speak louder than words. Before you repay me, you cannot let anything happen to you, no matter what. Though bewildered, she obediently nodded. Come on, let us go home. After paying and leaving our address for delivery, I carried the clothes and took her home. As we passed the used book market on the corner, the fragrance of sweet fermented rice and osmanthus drifted through the air. I bought a steaming rice cake. I blew on it and held it to her lips. She took a bite of the sweet cake. An osmanthus petal clung to the corner of her mouth. I casually wiped it away with my thumb. Is it good? Very sweet and fragrant. Next time, I will take you to the snack street. There are even more delicious things there. Hearing my promise, she gazed dreamily at my retreating back. I did not know that she had always remembered the promise we made in the park as children. When we returned home after buying toiletries, the bedding had already arrived. I was kneeling on the guest room floor, putting on the duvet cover. Bai Wei stood nearby, hugging her new pillow. Let me do it. I can handle it. I am afraid you will sew yourself into the comforter. I shook out the star and moon pattern sheet, then turned and draped it over her head like a stage curtain. Now the entire bed, the entire room is yours. Until you get tired of living here. Those simple words struck deep into her heart. She suddenly turned away. I keenly noticed the faint tang of tears in the air. I saw her shoulders trembling unnaturally. She was crying. Perhaps for the first time, she had felt what it meant to have a home. To ease the mood, I deliberately made a joke. Do not get emotional yet. I am still charging you rent. You know, you can stay here, but you had better figure out how to repay your debt. Bai Wei wiped the corners of her eyes. I had just settled Bai Wei in and lay on the couch to catch my breath when an abrupt doorbell suddenly rang. Startled, Bai Wei instinctively stepped back. After the tragedy of my past life, my nerves were stretched to their breaking point. I did not dare let down my guard for even a second. Afraid the murderer lurking in the shadows was outside the door, I leaped to my feet. I pulled her firmly behind me. Wait, I will get it. Noticing my excessive protectiveness, Bai Wei was surprised, but a touch of sweetness flickered in her eyes. As if facing a formidable enemy, I moved up to the peephole. But the person outside was Jiang, the prime suspect I had identified. On this day in my past life, Jiang had never come to my home. The timeline had changed. This unexpected visit put me instantly on high alert. I forced my racing heart to settle and opened the door. Jiang, what are you doing here? Can I not come see you for no reason? The wind and rain were terrible last night. You got drenched. I was afraid you would catch a cold. So I asked my mom to teach me how to make this warming soup. Looking at the thermal flask in his hands, I suddenly understood. My going out in the rain to talk sense into him last night had moved him, setting off this butterfly effect. Looking at this boy before me, whose eyes shone with loyalty to his brothers, I did not know how to respond. My head really does feel a little heavy. Then hurry and have to bowls while it is hot. Jiang was about to come in when he spotted Bai Wei behind me. He froze for a moment, his eyes darting between us. I get it. Hello, sister-in-law. Looks like I came at the wrong time. Drink this brown sugar, ginger, and jujube soup while it is hot. You should have some too, sister-in-law. It is nourishing. I need to get to the hospital to look after my mom. Jiang spun around and ran off. Watching his bright, unassuming retreating figure, my emotions were a tangled mess. It was hard to believe that someone so loyal and devoted could be that cruel murderer. I even desperately hoped to find the real suspect soon, to clear him of suspicion in my mind. Bai Wei looked in the direction Jiang had gone. Everyone says he is the school's terrible bully, but why does he not seem like one at all? You cannot judge a book by its cover. He has a story too. Many things are not as simple as they appear. I opened the thermal flask. A rich ginger and jujube fragrance filled my nose. I poured out 2 bowls, handing one to Bai Wei. Drink it while it is hot. You got soaked last night too. You have looked pale lately. Drink more and build up your strength. The spicy sweet soup went down warm, spreading through every limb. I always heard people say bad things about him before. I did not expect him to be such a decent person. Life forced his hand, that is all. He would not have become that way otherwise. At the words life forced his hand, Bai Wei's expression suddenly darkened. Clearly, those simple words had pierced the pain of her own troubled life. As for Bai Wei's family, I only knew the general outline. While investigating her case in my past life, I had spoken with her parents, but learned almost nothing. Her parents had divorced and each started new families. She had always lived with her mother. That convinced me that on that stormy night in my past life, when Bai Wei came to me with nowhere else to go, it had everything to do with her family. In my past life, I learned from the neighbors. That night, Bai Wei ran out of her home through the rain, after clashing with her stepfather. Apparently, she had even stabbed him. But when I went to ask them, they flatly denied it. They said her stepfather slipped on the floor and accidentally fell onto the knife her mother was using to peel apples. They also said her stepfather had found photos of boys on Bai Wei's phone and found photos of boys saved there. He scolded her over them, sparking the argument. Shortly after Bai Wei left home, they went to the hospital. Surveillance footage confirmed when they arrived, eliminating them as suspects. Yet when they learned Bai Wei had died, her stepfather showed no reaction. Her mother, however, fainted on the spot. Afterward, she lost her mind. What broke my heart even more was this. The investigation showed that after Bai Wei left her mother's home, she went to her father's house. But not long after, she came back out. In the footage, her head hung low, and she looked even more dejected than before. On that stormy night, both of her parents' homes had turned her away. Only then did she come to my home. I could not imagine, when she knocked on my door, how much despair had battered her heart. Whenever I thought of it, regret flooded over me like a tide. Thankfully, heaven gave me another chance. I would never let go of her hand again. Holding a mug of hot milk, I walked to the couch. Bai Wei was curled up in the corner, reading. The warm light outlined her slender figure. I saw her absent-mindedly, rubbing the pale pink, crescent-shaped scar on the inside of her left wrist. Try it. I added honey. I placed the glass in her palm. She was about to thank me, but remembered my rule, and swallowed the words. Amid the milky fragrance, I noticed that she was reading the I Ching I had casually left on the shelf. What, do you want to become a fortune teller? Yes, once I learn it, I will tell your fortune. She gave me a mischievous smile. As we talked, a car screeched to a sudden stop outside. Bai Wei's back suddenly went rigid. The milk nearly spilled. I quickly caught her trembling hand. After confirming nothing was happening outside, I sat back down beside her and gently held her hand. Do not worry. You still owe me a debt. Until you pay it off, no one can take you away. No one can take you away. Still shaken, Bai Wei heard those words. Heart pounded even harder. Once you learn, check whether we are compatible. I am afraid you will bring bad luck to me, your creditor. At those words, Bai Wei, the young woman suddenly froze. It had struck a nerve. She immediately looked away in a panic. She had secretly checked their birth chart compatibility long ago. Surprisingly, they were an excellent match. The tip of her pen had drawn a heart between the two birth charts. What college are you planning to apply to? I have a few ideas, but I have not decided yet. What about you? Mine is simple. Whatever you apply to, I will apply to. You owe me a huge debt. If I do not keep an eye on you, you might run off, and I will lose everything. Bai Wei held her spoon and lightly traced circles with it, looking into my smiling eyes. A bittersweet warmth rose in her throat. I want to apply to Jiang University, or study psychology at Jingdu Medical University. Those are the very difficult universities to get into. Why do you want to study psychology? I suddenly remembered Bai Wei's mother losing her mind. Could her mother have already had a mental illness? Bai Wei parted her lips, but ultimately offered no explanation. That is a good major. It will also strengthen your mental resilience. I will work as hard as I can. Then I will tutor you. She looked at me in surprise. My grades are only average in our class right now, while she ranks at the top. HMPH, what? You do not think I can do it? No, you are lying. Whenever you lie, you cannot look people in the eye, and you hesitate when you speak. I know. To her, those words meant that I had been quietly paying attention to her all along. Her heart suddenly felt sweeter than the milk. To prove myself, I grabbed 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of mock test. I raced through several pages, fast and accurate, in my past life, to enter the People's Public Security University and track down the real killer. I had studied like a madman. These questions had long been carved into my soul, seeing the academic talent I had kept hidden. Does that mean I owe you tutoring fees now, too? What if I cannot pay you back? Then hurry up and sign yourself over to me. I pulled out paper and a pen and handed them to her. I had only been joking, but to my surprise, she actually took them, lowered her head, and began writing seriously. I wanted to see what she would write, but instead, Byway wrote only indenture and contracting party, Byway on the page, followed by the name Byway. The entire middle was left blank. Smiling, she handed the paper back to me. You can fill in the terms yourself, my creditor. So I can do whatever I want. Then what service would you like, my creditor? She gave me a teasing smile. I suddenly leaned close to her ear. My warm breath brushed the back of her ear, making her shiver at the ticklish sensation. Forget the service. But I do have one command. Tonight. At that, Byway nervously swallowed. You must be in bed by midnight, asleep, and you are not allowed up before 7 tomorrow. I will make breakfast tomorrow. Her heart immediately warmed, and she broke into a radiant smile. As you command, my creditor. That night, under my ironclad orders, Byway obediently went to bed. I poured her a glass of hot milk. Then I left the room. She stared at the doorknob, but ultimately left the door unlocked and returned to bed. I let out a long breath. In my past life, to numb my guilt, I threw myself into cases like a madman. I even turned down the easy position my mentor arranged for me, afraid that if I had time to spare, I would think of her. Now that I had returned 10 years into the past, she had been saved, and I was finally free, too. After giving myself a little mental reassurance, I fell into a deep sleep. In my dream, I returned to a corner of the park from my childhood. A little girl, delicate as a porcelain doll, was sobbing. I am not crying. Did they bully you? I will make them apologize to you. The little girl hurriedly grabbed his hand, saying it had nothing to do with anyone else. Little Qingqing took out a clean handkerchief his mother had packed and gently wiped away her tears. He peered at his reflection in the puddle with a goofy look, making the little girl laugh through her tears. Hehehe. My name is Qingqing. I come here to play all the time. Whenever you are unhappy, you can come find me. At his mother's call, the little boy ran away. The alarm blared. I snapped my eyes open, muttering, why did I suddenly dream about my childhood? At the same time, Byway was also drawn into that dream of the park. Stop crying. I thought it was something serious. My mom and dad both left me, and I did not cry. Little Byway looked at him in surprise. She never expected this little boy to be so strong. She pulled him into her arms, comforting him instead. What will you do if your mom and dad leave you? I will live with grandpa and grandma. The grown-ups said they will come back once they are done. I heard that when your mom and dad leave, they will have a new family, and they will not want me anymore. I am so scared. The little boy wiped her tears again, and took her hand. Then come live at my house. My house is pretty big. I heard mom and dad say they wanted a daughter. We can be a family. Those innocent childhood words made little Byway burst into tears again. There was still a place for her in this world, but after that, she never came back. She left behind a note filled with gratitude, and placed it where they used to meet. At the end of the dream, Byway watched the child walk away. At some point, her eyes had filled with tears. I knocked on the guest room door, and woke Byway. At the dining table, I had specially made red date, red bean, barley, and lily porridge, to help restore her strength. Watching her sip the porridge like a kitten, afraid of burning herself, I found myself staring. Why are you staring at me? I suddenly realized you resemble someone. A little girl I met when I was very young. We played together for barely half a month before she moved away. I think you look a lot like her. Did she not say goodbye? At Byway's question, I sank into memory. Not in person. I saw a battered little note, and only then did I learn she had left. The note had been soaked by rain, and only half of it remained. I looked at Byway, and became more convinced that she resembled that little girl. I asked whether, as a child, she had met a little boy in the park. But she gave me a mischievous smile and told me to guess. Bai Wei's delight was plain to see. She finally understood why I had shown no reaction upon hearing her name back then. The part of the note with her name had been torn away, knowing I had remembered her all along. For once, she mischievously refused to give me a straight answer. I guess you are not her. Because you are much prettier than she was. Seeing her face flush bright red, I smiled smugly. After breakfast, I planned to take her out to buy a phone. After all, I could not keep her by my side around the clock. Meanwhile, I was trying to figure out how to ask my mother, who was out of town, for a loan. After buying clothes and high-end bedding last night, I had nearly maxed out my credit card. I had just texted to borrow 5,000 yuan. The mom unexpectedly transferred 50,000 yuan. Mom's message read, "If it is not enough, tell mom, and make sure you date properly." I gave a wry smile. It seemed Antsu had already told mom that I took a girl shopping for intimate clothing. With that generous financial support, I immediately felt more at ease. With nothing to do on Sunday, is there anywhere you would like to go? I would like to visit the park in the old district. The park in the old district? Was that not where that little girl and I had met all those years ago? Thinking of what she had just said, did she not say goodbye? Along with her parents' divorce and blended family background, then her habit of avoiding eye contact when she lied, and hesitating when she spoke, every detail fit together perfectly at that moment. My heart lurched violently. When she died in my past life, my world went dark. I had no time to think back on my childhood, but thinking it over now, she was that little girl from back then. That park is perfect for flying kites. We can buy one on the way. Then we can visit the snack street afterward. Okay. I have never flown a kite before. Seeing how thrilled she was to fly a kite like a little child, my heart ached for her. Ordinary daily pleasures were rare experiences for her. I quietly swore to myself that no matter how much color her life had lacked, I would help her make it whole. First, we are buying you a phone. What if something happens and you do not have one? Hearing that flimsy excuse, she smiled and nodded. When we pushed open the glass door of the phone store, the clerk eagerly lifted the dust cover and recommended a pink phone for young couples. At that description, Bai Wei shyly clutched the hem of her pale green skirt. I pointed to the misty pink phone priced at 4,888 yuan. When I saw her staring blankly at the price tag, I reached out and blocked her view. No peeking at the price. Your creditor makes the decisions. The clerk brought over a display model and showed us how to take a selfie. The viewfinder swept past my profile, and Bai Wei nervously pressed the shutter, but the photo captured only half a corner of my clothes. I leaned closer and took her hand. The warmth of my palm seeped through the back of her hand. With my face almost against her temple, I pressed the shutter. The screen lit up. In the photo, she tilted her head slightly upward, while my profile brushed against her hair. The glass behind us reflected our overlapping silhouettes. Anyone would think we were a young couple secretly taking a selfie. After we bought the phone, the clerk offered to engrave a couple's initials for free, then engrave G and CMM. Bai Wei stared at the letters, completely confused. The first three are the initials of my name and pinyin, but what do the last two letters mean? As we left the store, she was still lost in thought. She nearly tripped over the threshold. I reached out and caught her securely in my arms. The sweet scent of her hair lingered beneath my nose. Watch where you are going, silly girl. Tell me already. Otherwise, I will not be able to stop thinking about it. For once, she tugged at my sleeve and pleaded sweetly. All right, you win. I am your creditor, right? MM means my master. Bai Wei suddenly understood. Then she seemed to think of another meaning. Her heart suddenly raced. Her lovely pink face flushed crimson again. Seeing Bai Wei's blushing face, I secretly laughed to myself. Those two letters, MM, had surely made her think of my man, meeting my man. I did not point it out. That insecure yet hopeful girlish longing made her especially captivating. The bus rumbled and swayed toward the old district. It was where our childhoods had overlapped. I took out an earbud and gently placed it in her ear. Have you heard this song? It is by Jiang Jihua. Do not cry, my beloved. I like it a lot. In that instant, a flood of memories flashed through my mind. In my past life, I had listened to this song countless times late at night, mourning her brutal death. The lyric, "Tonight, I bloom like an epiphyllum, only to wither at my most beautiful moment," felt like a prophecy of her fate. Lei Ting's ethereal, sorrowful cover played through the earbud. As Bai Wei listened, tears silently slid down her cheeks. I did not know that in her past life, she had wanted to end her life on a rooftop countless times. The memory of that little boy from her childhood had kept her going until now. These tears now were her farewell to the gloomy girl she once was. As I drifted into sorrow, a soft hand gently caressed my cheek. Bai Wei's eyes were full of heartbreaking concern. Just like when we were children, she suddenly leaned over and pulled me tightly into her arms. The warmth from the girl's back and my memory of the little girl who had comforted me in the park merged together. I did not pull away. I let time stand still in that moment. Morning sunlight streamed through the bus window, dispersing the gloom that had long weighed on our hearts. After we got off the bus, the old district's breeze carried the fresh scent of camphor leaves. The breakfast stalls around us, the ringing bicycle bells. Nothing had changed. Come on, let's buy a kite at the end of the alley. Like a curious child, Bai Wei followed closely behind me. We stopped at a kite stall. She immediately fell for a peach-pink butterfly. Would you two love birds like one each? This blue one is a perfect match. A pair. If we fly to kites, how will I find a chance to touch her hand? The woman at the stall froze, caught off guard by my teasing. Bai Wei covered her mouth and giggled. Much of her initial awkwardness faded. The spring breeze brushed over our faces. I ran ahead with the kite, showing her how to launch it. Speed up. Run. Following my instructions, the butterfly kite finally soared into the wind. Bai Wei gazed up at the sky. Her eyes shone with a light I had never seen before. Want to try? I handed her the spool. The wind suddenly strengthened. She stumbled, and I wrapped my arms around her from behind. My warm palm settled over the back of her hand. As my fingertips softly caressed the back of her hand, I breathed in the jasmine fragrance in her hair. Gunan Sheng, I remember you always said clouds looked like cotton candy when we were children, and wanted to know what they tasted like. Now I have found something even more like it. It is you. Because your smile is like cotton candy, soft and sweet. As we shared that sweet moment, I suddenly spotted a familiar figure crouching nearby. Jiang Yan, what are you doing here? Jiang Yan froze for a moment. Oh, nothing. He gave an awkward laugh and said he was waiting for a friend. I followed Jiang Yan's gaze and saw him staring intently at a girl with a single ponytail, helping at her father's barbecue stall. Looking at that girl, I suddenly remembered the tragic events surrounding Jiang Yan in my past life. In my past life, Jiang Yan and this girl fell in love to dispel her father's prejudice toward him. Because of his reputation as the school's bully, Jiang Yan went to extraordinary lengths. He cut his hair short, endured the pain of having his tattoos removed, distanced himself from his bad crowd, quit smoking, and even began dressing neatly and cleanly. Yet no matter how much he changed, in the girl's father's eyes, he remained a vicious wolf trying to deceive his daughter into loving him. The girl ached for Jiang Yan, so she ran away from home in anger and moved in with him. Though Jiang Yan's mother was happy, she often urged the girl to go home and talk things through with her father. But instead of understanding, the girl's father showed up with the police. In front of all the neighbors, he accused Jiang Yan of ruining his daughter's reputation and threatened to charge him with rape. Jiang Yan's mother already suffered from severe uremia and complications. Shocked by this, her rage and distress overwhelmed her heart, and she died on the spot. The girl's father was completely stunned. He had only meant to scare Jiang Yan, never expecting it would cost someone their life. A promising relationship instantly became a blood feud. Jiang Yan's mother was his only emotional anchor. Overwhelming grief and rage nearly made him risk his life on the spot, though the girl's father later regretted it and relented. How could Jiang Yan betray his conscience and stay with the daughter of the man who killed his mother? In the end, they went their separate ways. Not long after, Jiang Yan dropped out and left the city. Years later, I ran into him while working a case. He had become a barely clothed, homeless man sleeping beneath a bridge. He had lost his mind. He repeated only one thing. He had an enemy who killed his mother. He wanted revenge, but unbearable pain had burned away his reason. He forgot how to take revenge, and could only spend the rest of his life in madness, thinking of his vacant, foolish expression back then. The pain I felt was no less than when I saw Bai Wei's tragedy. So, even though the knife in my past life pointed suspicion at him, I still firmly believed he was never an utterly evil killer. Since heaven gave me another chance, I could not let this tragedy repeat itself. I planned to give the tip I had prepared about a fugitive with a 100,000 yuan bounty to Jiang Yan. with recognition from the police department behind him. The girl's father's prejudice against him would surely ease by more than half. Yan. What is it, Gu? I will tell you tomorrow at school. Jiang Yan scratched his head, looking completely confused. As we spoke, a young man walked past, holding a little boy's hand. When he saw me, he froze in place. Yiqi. What a coincidence. Out shopping with your little brother? Yiqi nodded expressionlessly, as though he did not know how to face me. Hello, Brother Gu. His younger brother, Yiqi, was much sweeter. Because I had helped his brother, he was very affectionate toward me. Hello to you too. Good boy, Yiqi. Smiling, I reached out and patted Yiqi's head. However, Bai Wei sharply noticed that something was off about the way Yiqi looked at me. When Gu Nanchang touched Yiqi's eyes revealed an uncontrollable urge and feverish intensity. He desperately envied his brother for receiving Gu Nanchang's affection, wishing he could take his place. The powerful emotion made his whole body tremble faintly. Bai Wei was frightened by that unsettlingly fervent look. She could not tell whether it was intense malice or some deeply unsettling form of goodwill. Noticing Bai Wei's gaze, Yiqi suddenly turned his head and fixed her with a sharp stare. Frightened, Bai Wei stepped sideways and hid behind me, clutching my sleeve tightly. I looked up at Yiqi. He instantly withdrew all that intimidating presence, returning to his dull, lifeless appearance. I could never figure out what went through his mind. You to keep shopping. I am full, so I will head out. Yiqi nodded awkwardly, leaning forward slightly. Bai Wei, are you really full? We have school tomorrow. Go to bed early tonight. I will not make you a late-night snack. Hearing that, Yiqi's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but ultimately closed it again. I am full. Let's go. Bai Wei seemed somewhat afraid of Yiqi. She took my hand and hurried out of the snack street, only when his brother tugged at his sleeve. Brother. Did Yiqi finally pull his gaze back from the street entrance? He gave his family a rare, gentle smile. Bai Wei had eaten too much and sat on the sofa gently rubbing her stomach. I sat beside her, took both her little hands and placed them over her belly. Then I guided her hands, teaching her to rub it in clockwise circles. Seeing how patient and earnest I was, Bai Wei blushed. This warm atmosphere made her feel more comfortable than she ever did with her biological parents. I went to the kitchen and made her a glass of honey, mint, and lemon water. Bai Wei, sitting on the sofa, was suddenly seized by the fear of losing this happiness. The long-term oppression of her family life made her fear that this dreamlike happiness before her was only a fragile illusion. She feared waking tomorrow to face that cold home again. I noticed something was wrong. I walked over and pressed my forehead to hers to check her temperature. Once I confirmed she had no fever, I sat beside her. Here, honey lemon water. I added a little mint to aid digestion. I scooped up the drink with a porcelain spoon and slowly held it to her lips. She was embarrassed and wanted to drink it herself, but I insisted it would not make her feel any fuller, and firmly fed it to her spoonful by spoonful. With every sip she swallowed, a warm, sweet and tangy current slid down her throat into her stomach. Watching my gentle movements, free of any impatience, Bai Wei's eyes shimmered with tears. The depression and unease buried in her heart for so long were slowly melting beneath this profound sense of security. That night, Bai Wei slept peacefully. In her dream, she saw her late grandparents. With happy tears in her eyes, she told them she had met a very, very good boy. At the end of the dream, she held my hand and waved goodbye to her grandparents in the sky. As her long-standing psychological illness slowly began to heal, her state of mind gradually changed as well. At last, she found long-lost comfort and peace. The next morning, Bai Wei got up early and made breakfast. Watching her busy figure, I realized she seemed like a different person. She was much brighter and more optimistic. After breakfast, we changed into our uniforms and headed out side by side. Bai Wei, let's find time in the next couple of days to go to your house and move your things over. At the word home, Bai Wei visibly flinched. Her fingertips curled tightly at once. She had no idea how to face those two broken families. I tightly held her icy left hand, passing the warmth of my palm to her. Do not worry. You do not need to worry about your family objecting. I have a way to stop them. Gu Nanchang, I really do not want to go back. She clasped my hand in return, her eyes filled with pure trust and desperate longing. Trust me, I will not let you go back. You still owe me a debt. You know, you are not allowed to run away until it is paid. Bai Wei smiled and nodded. Having seen the brightest light of her life, she finally found the courage to escape that darkness for good. The next day, Bai Wei and I went to school side by side. The classroom rang with students reading aloud. Bai Wei and I had just taken our seats when Su Jin, my desk mate, leaned over with a nosy grin. Hey. I heard you two went to the night market together yesterday, and you were so sweet together. Is that true? Bai Wei blushed shyly. Surprised, I reached out and pinched Su Jin's cheek, rimmed in gold by sunlight. Who told you that? Spill it. Oh. Yishi's little brother, Yishi, told me. He said you were on a date with a pretty girl. I helplessly let go. Several boys in class heard the gossip and began to tease us too. I swept them with a stern look. Only then did they settle down and resume morning reading. Just then, a still striking middle-aged woman suddenly appeared at the classroom door. I took one look and saw that it was Bai Wei's biological mother. The instant she saw her appear, Bai Wei's body went rigid. She instinctively turned to me for help. The homeroom teacher went to the door and exchanged a few words with her. Then he turned to the classroom. Bai Wei, your mother is here to see you. After catching the signal in my eyes, Bai Wei drew a deep breath and rose to walk toward the classroom door. The moment she stepped outside, her mother put on an apologetic expression and said a few words to Mr. He. Taking the hint, Mr. He returned to the classroom. From my seat, I looked through the window. Bai Wei stood not far from the door, her eyes lowered the entire time, her lips pressed tightly together, while her mother droned on across from her. After quite a while, her mother seemed to toss out something coldly, then turned and left. My promise that morning had brought a little life back to Bai Wei, but when she returned to her seat, her mood visibly plunged to rock bottom. She looked up at me uneasily. I did not press her for answers. I only gave her a firm, knowing smile. When she saw my smile, her tense shoulders finally eased a little, and her expression gradually calmed. Bai Wei, why did your mother come to see you? Nothing, just some family matters. Adult business. Kids should not pry. When morning reading is over, I will treat you to a proper snack spree at the school store. Now be good and read your book. I used my book to lightly tap Su Jin's nosy little head, rescuing Bai Wei from the awkward moment. But, inwardly, I had already mapped out my next move. Since the shadow of her family followed her everywhere, I had to gain more leverage to stay openly by her side. As morning reading was about to end, I walked straight to the podium and leaned close to whisper a request to Mr. He. At your age, your studies should come first. Mr. He, how about we make a bet? In this week's final exams, if I place in the top 10 of the class, you will let me change seats and sit beside her. At the mention of the top 10, Mr. He's calm eyes instantly lit up. He was not old-fashioned. If you can turn adolescent confusion into motivation to work hard and improve, he would see it as a good thing. I admire your courage. All right, as long as you make the top 10, I will agree to it. Smiling, I hooked pinkies with him. Back at my seat, I immediately opened my English textbook and began studying with near-manic intensity. My blonde-haired desk mate stared at me like I was a monster, exclaiming over how I had suddenly become addicted to studying. I ignored him, because I knew this was a battle I had to win. As soon as morning reading ended, I kept my promise and took Bai Wei and Su Jin to the school store. Su Jin picked out 10 yuan worth of snacks, trying to get even for me pinching her cheek that morning. Seeing that Bai Wei was still downcast, I took a lollipop from the shelf and handed it to her. Have something sweet to boost your blood sugar. You will feel better. Remember what I told you this morning. After school, I will take care of everything. Holding the lollipop, Bai Wei took several deep breaths. At last, she gave me a brilliant smile that was no longer forced. The moment we stepped out of the store, I saw Jiang lounging carelessly on the edge of a flower bed, his eyes fixed on someone in the distance. A girl with a single ponytail helping with the barbecue. Ku Danwan. He was so absorbed in watching her, he did not even notice us approaching. Yan, keep staring like that, and people will think you are a stalker sooner or later. Jiang Yan snapped back to his senses. When he saw us, he stammered out, Hey, Gu, hello, sister-in-law, making Bai Wei blush furiously. I sent Bai Wei and Su Jin back to the classroom first, then turned and sat beside Jiang Yan. Since I caught you, let me give you some advice, brother. Winning over a girl comes down to one word. Put your heart into it. But I am not worried that Ku Danwan will reject you. I am worried about her extremely traditional father. He will never approve of you looking like the school's resident bully. Jiang Yan's face instantly filled with worry. In my previous life, it was this stubborn prejudice that enraged Jiang Yan's mother until the stress overwhelmed her. She died, and Jiang Yan ultimately lost his mind. In this life, I could not let that tragedy happen again. I have a way to make him see you differently. I know of a lead on a fugitive with a 100,000 yuan reward. Report it to the police. Once they catch him, the credit will be yours, with police recognition and a school commendation. If Ku Danwon's father still criticizes how you dress, tell him you did it to assist the investigation, lying low among the thugs to help crack the case. He will definitely see you in a new light. Damn, Ku, that is a brilliant move. That 1-100,000 yuan reward. We split it evenly. You take 50,000. It will ease the burden of your mother's medical bills and give you more time to chase the girl. The information is completely reliable. Are you in? That is what brothers are for. With you saying that, there is nothing more to say. Just as Jiang Yan and I finalized the plan, I saw Ku Danwon gather her courage and walk toward us. Taking the hint, I stepped around the corner to watch discreetly. Jiang Yan, a tall 6-footer, when facing Ku Danwon, was as nervous as a grade schooler caught doing something wrong. He could barely speak without stammering. It turned out Ku Danwon had once called the police to help him out. She had thought the rumored school bully would be fierce and terrifying, but never expected a sweet, stammering boy instead. Watching Jiang Yan trail closely after the girl, I finally relaxed, like a proud father. When I turned around, I saw Yiqi standing quietly nearby. About last Friday night, I am truly sorry. Were you all right afterward? I am fine. Here, this is yours. I sent your jacket to the dry cleaner. I will return it once I get it back. I accepted the handkerchief, washed spotlessly clean, and patted his shoulder. I told him to come to me anytime he needed help. Then I turned and went back to the classroom. The moment I entered, I snatched the chocolate Su Jin had secretly hidden in her desk. Over Su Jin's protest, I handed the last piece to Bai Wei. Bai Wei gently broke the chocolate in half and gave one half to Su Jin. The classroom brimmed with the vibrant spirit of youth. After sitting back down, I pulled out my phone and received the document Mom had faxed over. It was a housekeeping employment contract. Its terms clearly stated a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, with free room and board, and guarantees she will not be asked to do work that harms her body or mind. Looking at the contract, I let out a long breath. This was not merely an employment document. It was a legal shield I had tailored specifically for Bai Wei. As long as she signed it, proving she was already 18 and had an income sufficient to live independently, her parents' custodial rights could no longer be used to interfere with or abuse her. Since neither family could give her a warm home, I would use legal means to pull her from that dark mire with my own hands. After confirming the contract was in order, I sent the fugitives' details I had compiled to Jiang Yan. Looking at the brilliant sunshine outside, I knew the new life awaiting Bai Wei and me was finally about to truly begin. Just as we reached the school gate after class, Bai Wei suddenly went rigid. She shifted sideways and instinctively hid behind me. I followed her gaze. Her biological father, Bai Qingqing, was standing there. Bai Wei had likely been away from home for 2 days. Her mother came to school that morning, but could not find her, so she had gone straight to her father. I am here for you. If you want to speak to him, do it. If not, I will handle him. You do not need to worry about anything. Bai Wei's pale cheeks looked like crumpled rice paper in the spring breeze. She took 2 deep breaths, slowly relaxing her tense body, then followed me onward. We deliberately ignored Bai Qingqing and walked straight out of the school gate. But before we had gone far, hurried footsteps came from behind us. Bai Wei, wait. Your mother said you have not been home for 2 or 3 days. What is going on? Bai Qingqing addressed Bai Wei, but his eyes quietly assessed me from head to toe. Bai Wei pressed her lips together, trembling all over, unable to say a word. I did not hesitate. Right in front of her father, I firmly took her icy hand. Bai Qingqing froze at the sight. Bai Wei looked at me in surprise too. Fear flickered in her eyes. She was terrified her father would harm me because of it. What is this? You should know exactly what this is about. That torrential rain on Friday night, and she did not even have a home that would let her inside to escape it. So tell me, what was that about? Who are you? I am her classmate. Take your hand off her. Stay away from Bai Wei. Your family. In that pouring rain, you would rather watch your own daughter get soaked outside. then let her stay for even one night. How can you call that place her home? For a selfish, cold-blooded hypocrite like him, I had no intention of sparing his feelings. You little bastard. Who do you think you are? Who are you to lecture me? Our family matters are none of your business. Let go of her now, or I will call your teachers and parents. HMPH. Fine. Why do I not call my parents right now? If you want to hear them give you a piece of their mind too, I would not mind at all. You are molesting a girl. Let go now, or I will call the police. Filing a false police report can get you detained. Public authorities are not your private bodyguards. Sir, I suggest you calm down. Unable to argue back, Jiang reached out to drag Baiwei away by force. My gaze turned icy. I seized his wrist in a backhand grip. The restraining techniques I had learned in the police force in my past life gave me strength far beyond that of an ordinary high schooler. Jiang let out a muffled groan of pain. I am only going to tell you 3 things. Listen carefully. First, Baiwei is in her mother's custody. You have no right to control or touch her by force. Take your hand off her. Second, when she needed protection most, you stood by and watched her be driven into the storm. What right do you have today, and what nerve, to stand here and pretend you care? Third, she is already an adult, and she can support herself. She does not need your charity. If there is nothing else, we are going to lunch. Goodbye. With that, I forcefully flung his hand away. If you dare harass us again, I will hang a banner outside your company, so your co-workers and bosses can hear how, on a night of torrential rain, you turned your own daughter away. I imagine that would hurt your chances of promotion. I had struck precisely at his weak spot, the weak spot of a selfish man like him. Jiang froze completely. I had left him speechless. Let's go. On the way home, Baiwei kept glancing up at me. To her, I seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. There was something about me, a maturity no high school student should possess. I am sorry, Baiwei. I lost control of my emotions back there. I went ahead and tore into your father, without considering how you felt. Suddenly, I regretted it a little. After all, he was her biological father. Confronting him so harshly might have put her in an impossible position. I am very happy. She gently squeezed my palm. Her fingertips absently stroked the back of my hand. She lowered her eyes. The way you stood in front of me, the way you spoke up for me without hesitation. You are only a high school student, yet you dared to confront my father face to face. I really am so happy. She looked up. Only then did I realize that at some point, her face had become covered in tears. I took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her slightly reddened eyes. Why cry when you are happy? She did not answer. She only looked at me and broke into a dazzling smile. Those tears carried her complete release from the past and joy for her new beginning. Silly girl. Crying one moment and smiling the next. But there is nothing wrong with crying. Being able to smile after you cry is what makes it healthy. Hearing my gentle words, Baiwei felt the block of ice long frozen around her heart finally melt away completely. When we got home, I served heaping bowls of taro and pork rib rice from the cooker. That is too much. I cannot finish it. There is a kind of hunger called, your master says you are hungry, so eat up. Even if you grow to 220 pounds, you will always have a home with me. If you really do gain weight, at worst, I'll be your drill sergeant and train with you until you slim down. Do not torture yourself over your figure. Girls are cutest when they are a little chubby. Like Sujin, her cheeks are so nice to pinch. Then if I get all chubby, will you bully me by pinching my cheeks every day too? I could never bring myself to. Besides, you are my employee now. If I bullied you, that would be workplace bullying. You could report me to the labor authorities, and I could not afford the compensation. There is not even a contract. What would I report you with? Who says there is not? I set down my bowl and chopsticks, walked over to the fax machine, and handed her a document. I had your little indenture contract ready long ago. Sign it after lunch. Baiwei looked at the name on the contract in surprise. Mrs. Gu. You told your mother? For this to be legal, she had to handle it. Did she say anything else? She did. She said if you do not take good care of me, she will fire you. Especially this clause. Take care of my daily needs. For example, if my bed is too cold at night, you are responsible for warming it up for me. That is obviously an outrageous clause. That kind of special service cost extra. Seeing that she was no longer as timid and bashful as before, and had even learned to joke with me, I could not help laughing. This contract, her ticket to freedom, had finally sheltered her completely beneath my wings. A warm feeling lingered around the dining table. By way leafed through the papers on the table. She had thought it was merely a casual joke, but found every detail covered in the terms. It was shockingly professional. You are not really planning to pay me the salary written here, are you? Once it is signed in black and white. Of course, it is legally binding. If I do not pay you, and you sue me later, I will face several times the compensation. That will not do. Maybe we should not write this contract after all. Seeing how uneasy she looked, I slowly took a sip of milk. I had already made my plans. This contract is not just us playing house in private. Its real purpose is to handle any trouble your parents might cause in the future. At the mention of her parents, I immediately noticed her shoulders flinch almost imperceptibly. Her eyes were full of confusion. My parents? What do they have to do with this? You have only just become an adult. But until you have a stable income, you are still completely under their control. But under Article 18 of the Civil Code, as long as you have stable income enough to support yourself, you are considered to have full legal capacity. I quickly unlocked my phone, pulled up the relevant law, and showed it to her. Simply put, as long as you have this job, you have the right to refuse all forced interference from your parents. If they pressure you, you can use the law to protect yourself. Is this really true? No outsider could imagine how that bloodless, suffocating emotional abuse at home had driven her to the brink. As she looked at the law now, I finally saw the darkness in her eyes completely clear away, replaced by a vitality I had never seen before. Now you see the benefits, right? After you finish eating, be good and sign it. But 6,000 yuan a month is really too much. My mother only makes 3,000 yuan a month. I cannot possibly do a housekeeper's job well. How about we cut it in half? Silly girl, you eat my food and live under my roof. Will I not get that money back from you in the end? That amount is only written there for outsiders to see. In the end, all the money is mine anyway. Oh, then I am relieved, seeing her immediately relax and shovel down the pork rib rice in her bowl, as though even the rice grains had become wonderfully sweet. I could not resist teasing her again. I am teasing you. You will not get a penny less. If you think it is too much, then use your salary to cover all the household expenses from now on. Let me truly experience what it feels like to be kept by someone. All right. Promise to use my own salary from now on, to keep my classmate Gunan Sheng fed and cared for the rest of his life. Record a video as proof. After lunch, she happily signed the contract. She even hummed a cheerful tune, forcibly shooed me out of the kitchen, then put on gloves herself, and happily began washing the dishes. The living room became quiet again. I suddenly remembered the calming herbs I brought back from my grandparents' place last night. They said putting them under a pillow would help her sleep more soundly. Yesterday was so busy that I completely forgot. I walked into the guest room. She had made the bed with meticulous care. A faint, pleasant fragrance hung in the air. I went straight to the window and casually lifted the pillow, but my gaze instantly froze. A cold fruit knife lay silently beneath the pillow. My pupils contracted sharply. This knife was almost identical to the one forensic experts had determined was the weapon that killed her. This was definitely not a knife from my home. Ever since she arrived here, soaked by the pouring rain after being stranded on the streets, she had kept this knife tightly on her at all times. Countless scenes from my past life exploded through my mind. Suicide had been completely ruled out, because the angle of the wound was entirely wrong. But if she had brought the murder weapon herself, then all those people I had once cleared because they were not carrying a weapon could no longer be excluded as suspects. Yichi, who had been bullied, local thugs, homeless people passing by, delivery drivers, even anyone who had merely passed her by. Since the weapon had been on her, anyone who passed through that area on the night of the murder could have taken the knife and committed the crime. All my previous deductions were completely overturned in that instant. Nansheng, this knife of mine, it is not. After washing the dishes, she had somehow appeared in the doorway. When she saw me standing there blankly with the pillow in my hands, then saw the exposed fruit knife on the bed, extreme panic instantly filled her eyes. She was terrified that I would misunderstand. It is all right. You do not need to explain yourself to me. A girl on her own should have this kind of awareness of personal safety. I pulled her tightly into my arms, feeling how stiff and helpless she was. Yet behind my steady gaze, I was frantically sorting through the vast, tangled details of the case from my past life. In this life, I swear, I will never let that tragedy happen again. Whether I let her come inside and stay with me, or found the knife she hid beneath her pillow for protection, I had not made an issue of either. My acceptance and trust made by Wei feel as though something were lodged in her throat. She had countless grateful words she wanted to say to me, yet she could not utter a single one. Her grandmother's words echoed in Bai Wei's ears. In a lifetime, all you need is to meet the right person. When she was little, she never understood why her parents always fought. That was how her grandmother answered her. Now, she finally understood, though this kind of happiness was something many people never found in their entire lives. Deep down, she felt incredibly fortunate to have met me. She took several deep breaths and calmed herself. She slowly walked to the bed, then took the fruit knife that had once given her a false sense of security and silently put it away in a drawer. She would not need that cold thing anymore. When she returned to the living room, I was taking 2 cups of yogurt from the refrigerator. Smiling, I opened one and held the lid, still coated with yogurt, to her lips. A little yogurt after a meal is good for you. Lick it clean. Do not waste it. Bai Wei stared blankly at the lid inches from her face. Under the warm yellow light, I watched her with a smile, gently waving the lid in my hand. The tips of her ears burned red. Obediently, she parted her lips and leaned toward the plastic lid. The instant her tongue swept up the yogurt, a sweet tart flavor blossomed across her taste buds. Watching her look as adorable as a kitten, I found myself staring, completely absorbed. I thought you might not be used to plain yogurt, so I opened a sweet one for you. What do you think? It is pretty good. I opened my own cup and drank it in big gulps. She noticed the yogurt at the corner of my mouth. She instinctively picked up a tissue and gently wiped it away from me. Only after doing that did she suddenly realize how intimate our situation was. She quickly stepped back, then shyly returned to the sofa, clutching the bottle in both hands and sipping it little by little. Though she appeared to be quietly drinking her yogurt, I knew all her attention was on me. I watched her with amused interest. My gaze traveled from her faintly trembling knees to the hollow of her neck, making her shyly draw her bare ankles together and rub them against each other unconsciously. I saw through her unease and found it rather adorable, so I smiled and sat beside her. Miss Housekeeper, may I borrow your shoulder for a nap? It is uncomfortable to lie flat after eating, so I just need someone to lean on. Bai Wei nodded, her face flushed. When I gently leaned over, and the tips of my hair brushed her collarbone, her whole body instantly went rigid, as if even her blood had frozen. My breath brushed her neck. All she could do was hold her breath and try her best to match my rhythm. Those 5 minutes felt both fleeting and endless to her. The breeze outside tousled her hair. A few strands fell across my forehead, making me frown slightly. Playfully, she lifted the strands with her fingers and lightly brushed them across my forehead. But when I shifted to one side, my forehead ended up buried against her cheek, with half my head resting against her chest. A unique fragrance suddenly reached me. My eyes flew open the moment I realized my position. I hurriedly sat upright. I actually fell asleep. Sorry. I was not trying to take advantage of you. You are always saying I look exhausted, but you are not much better. Since you fell asleep so quickly leaning on me, you should sleep a little longer. Feeling the soothing touch of her palm against my cheek, I smiled, said nothing more, and closed my eyes in peace. In my past life, I had always stayed vigilant as a detective, so I had always been a light sleeper. This was the first time I had been beside someone and fallen asleep so quickly and peacefully. Gradually, in the gentle breeze, she too rested against my head and drifted into a deep sleep. As we slept, at some point, I had slumped down. With my head on her soft thighs, I was slightly turned to one side, as though she were a body pillow. My arms tightly wrapped around her soft waist. Bai Wei slowly woke up. When she saw the scene, her little face instantly turned crimson, but she did not resist at all. Instead, she gently placed a hand on my back, watching me cling to her like a little puppy. She was utterly enchanted. The alarm suddenly rang. It jolted me awake from my dream. The moment I woke up, I found myself hugging something soft. With my head still resting on her lap, I sprang off the sofa in shock. Careful. Since when has my sleeping posture gotten so bad? I scratched my head. Looking completely bewildered, I hurried into the bathroom and splashed water on my face. When I came out, she was watching me with a warm smile, not bothered in the least by what I had just done. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, I was afraid that being too intimate would upset her or make her feel wronged. Now that I had confirmed she liked me enough, I immediately made a decision. Come on, let us go to your place and get your luggage. Dusk had just begun to fall. The dying sun in the west cast by Wei's old apartment building in a suffocating orange-red glow. The closer we got to her door, the more stiffly Bai Wei walked beside me. Even her heartbeat seemed to echo through the deathly silent corridor as several residents came and went. Their eyes repeatedly swept over our faces. Xiao Wei, you found yourself a handsome boyfriend. Annie Liu, who loved prying into everyone's business, teased her as she went downstairs. Bai Wei's face reddened. She did not deny it, only lowered her head even further. I ignored their gossip and took her hand, leading her straight up to the 4th floor. Bai Wei did not even notice that she had not led the way at all. Yet I had stopped precisely at her front door. At apartment 402. Bai Wei took out her key, but her hand shook so badly she could not find the keyhole. I could guess how heavy that click of the lock opening must have felt to her. Her mind had gone completely blank. She had no idea what awaited her beyond the door. Seeing her stand there numbly, too afraid to open it, I reached out and opened the door for her. As the door opened, the apartment was completely quiet. Bai Wei let out a deep breath of relief. Not having to face her mother eased her tightly wound nerves a little. Just when we thought no one was home, a bedroom door suddenly opened. A boy of about 7 walked out. He was her maternal half-brother, Li Mingyu. Sis, where have you been these past few days? At a classmate's house. Xiao Yu, where are mom and dad? No matter how badly her parents treated her, she had always considered this little brother family. It was just that whenever she saw him, she remembered how biased her parents were, showering him with affection while neglecting her. It always left her feelings painfully complicated. Mom and dad are at the hospital. Mom should be back soon to make dinner. Is this handsome guy your boyfriend, sis? Hearing her brother say that, Bai Wei's cheeks turned scarlet. She instinctively stole a glance at me. Seeing no reaction from me, she did not explain herself either. But when she heard her mother would be back soon, she immediately panicked. She decided to hurry and pack her things. And at the word hospital, the bloody truth deliberately concealed on that stormy night resurfaced in both our minds. Last Friday night, Li Fengzhi forcibly searched through Bai Wei's phone. In the photo album, she found pictures Bai Wei had secretly taken of me. Li Fengzhi's mental state was already fragile because of her ex-husband Bai Qingfeng's affair, leaving her extremely unstable. Those photos struck her deepest nerve. In that moment, Li Fengzhi took all her hatred for her ex-husband and projected it onto Bai Wei. She called her shameless in the cruelest words. Before Bai Wei's desperate, wounded eyes, Li Fengzhi completely lost her mind. She even grabbed a fruit knife from the table, roaring that she would slash her daughter's face. Her stepfather, Li Gang, rushed forward desperately to seize the knife. During the struggle, the blade turned, and as Li Fengzhi staggered, she drove it deep into Li Gang's abdomen. The stench of blood finally snapped Li Fengzhi back to her senses. She collapsed in the pool of blood and wept bitterly. Li Gang had risked his life to stop that knife, but not to protect Bai Wei. He did it to protect the wife he loved from committing murder. He had secretly loved Li Fengzhi since childhood, with a love both obsessive and self-abasing. Even when his wife lost her mind, he was willing to give everything to protect her. Yet he had not given even the smallest scrap of love to his innocent stepdaughter. Faced with her husband lying in a pool of blood, Li Fengzhi turned around and glared viciously at the terrified Bai Wei. She roared, "You little jinx! Get out! Get as far away as you can!" And just like that, Bai Wei, penniless, was driven out into the hopeless downpour. Driven out into that hopeless downpour. Bai Wei shook her head, forcing those cruel memories from her mind. Bai Wei told her brother to go back and do his homework. Then she pulled me into her bedroom. She pulled out a pink suitcase and hurriedly began packing clothes. I scanned the room, and my gaze fell on something in her drawer, a diary secured with a tiny lock. In my previous life, I had opened that diary after her death. Its pages were densely filled with happy moments she had forced herself to record, to find the strength to keep living. This time, I did not touch it. Though Bai Wei had not said what she wanted to take, I knew her well enough to quietly gather the books and notes she treasured most, sorting them out, and neatly stacking them on the desk. When she finished packing her clothes and turned around, she saw that everything I had picked out was what she wanted to bring, while everything else had been left behind. She froze in place, her eyes filling with indescribable emotion. As it turned out, while she had secretly been watching him, he had been watching over her just as tenderly. After packing everything, Bai Wei took out a sheet of paper and wrote a brief note. We wheeled the suitcase out of the room. Bai Wei placed the note on the dining table and turned toward the front door. Click. The front door lock suddenly turned. The door was pushed open the next instant, and Li Fengzhi stood in the doorway. The air instantly froze. Bai Wei's hand gripping the suitcase handle jerked violently. Li Fengzhi stood frozen too, until Li Mingyu, alerted by the noise, opened his bedroom door and called out, "Mom, I'm hungry." His cry broke the dead silence. Li Fengzhi swallowed her urge to explode and gently coaxed her son back into his room. The moment the bedroom door closed, her face immediately turned cold. She stared at Bai Wei in utter disbelief. What do you think you're doing? You've grown up and found your wings. So, your mother can't control you anymore. You found yourself a man and now you're planning to run away with him? Bai Wei bit her lip and said nothing. That command from last Friday, get as far away as you can, still echoed in her ears. Do you know how hard it was carrying you for 9 months, just to give birth to you? And now you think you can just walk away. Did you even ask me? Do you even see me as your mother? Tears spilled from Bai Wei's eyes. Bai Wei was not crying because she had been scolded. She was heartbroken. The final shred of hope she held for her mother's tenderness shattered completely in that moment. To preserve the last of her dignity, she refused to have a screaming fight with her mother. Seeing her silently weep in wounded silence, I stepped forward, my face cold, and firmly stood in front of her. Ma'am. Bai Wei did not end up like this, because she chose it herself. You and her stepfather personally forced her into a corner. I've spoken to your teachers about this. Don't try to sweet-talk me. I know exactly what spoiled rich boys like you are really made of. She turned to Bai Wei, putting on a look of profound grief. You think he's handsome and rich, but he's just like your father. While he likes you, he'll cater to your every whim. The moment he loses interest, he'll toss you aside. Can't you see that your mother is a warning enough? Sooner or later, he'll get tired of you and abandon you. It's not too late to come to your senses. Hearing those vicious accusations, Bai Wei looked at me through tear-filled eyes. She did not believe I was that kind of person. Besides, we had not even defined our relationship yet. I took a deep breath, then gently wiped Bai Wei's tears with my sleeve. I've never cared to make empty promises like loving someone forever. Those are just empty promises. All I know is that love exists in the present, and we should cherish the present. Ma'am, no one can guarantee the future. But I know one thing. With me, Bai Wei, we'll only gain and keep happy memories. That is enough. I don't care what sweet talk you use. I am warning you. Stay away from my daughter. Then let me warn you, too. Bai Wei is an adult, and she has a stable job and income. Legally, she has every right to free herself from your control. If you are here to care for her as her mother, you are always welcome. But if you only want her to remain your puppet, then I'm sorry, but I won't allow it. Li Fengzhi tremblingly picked up the pay stub. When she saw the monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, her pupils suddenly constricted. She suddenly realized that inside her daughter's delicate frame was such a fierce will to resist. Fine. So having money makes you so impressive. Don't lecture me about the law. If you dare take her away, I'll bring the police to your house. Even if you call the police, we would still be in the right. But have you considered the consequences of making such a scene? Xiao Yu is still young. You wouldn't want your actions to leave him facing rumors and isolation at school, would you? Every word struck home. My words hit Li Fengzhi's weakest point. She felt she owed her current husband far too much. She could not let her husband and son suffer because of her. Fine. Get out, both of you. Just remember, when this rich boy gets tired of you, don't come crawling back to me in tears. You think you're entering a golden cage, but it won't be long before you regret it. I bent down and picked up the largest shard of porcelain. Its sharp edge pressed a red mark into my palm. You're wrong. I'm not building her a cage. I'll cherish her as I would a canary. But I'll teach her how to grow wings and fly into a world of her own. My words stirred Bai Wei deeply. Tears still clung to her lashes when she suddenly and boldly grasped my wrist, following me toward the door. Every one of you is an ungrateful wretch. Go on, all of you, go. Seeing her mother suddenly look so old and worn, Bai Wei wept uncontrollably. Still, she forced back her reluctance and said, "Goodbye, Mom. Everything I need to say is in the note on the dining table." She pulled her suitcase and quickly left the apartment. She feared that if she stayed 1 second longer, she would lose the resolve to leave. As we walked downstairs, the motion sensor lights around each corner flickered on in sequence. Then a hoarse cry suddenly came from upstairs. "Qingqing." The cry startled the sparrows from the windowsill. Bai Wei shuddered from head to toe. The suitcase wheel caught on the stair. I could clearly feel her fingertips stiffen at once, like butterfly wings frozen in ice. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, Fengzhi came down quickly and stumbled down toward us. Her forehead even struck the wall, drawing a thin line of blood. "Qingqing, don't go. Mommy was wrong. Mommy is sorry. Mommy won't scold you anymore." At the name Qingqing, Bai Wei could no longer hold herself together. Tears came flooding out, and she threw herself into her mother's arms. Watching this, I was stunned to realize that Fengzhi before me was nothing like the woman from moments ago. In her expression, tone, and movements, only later did I learn that Fengzhi had been so deeply traumatized that she developed dissociative identity disorder. Only on the rare occasions when Bai Wei was extremely vulnerable would the third personality, who deeply loved her daughter, emerge. And the name Qingqing she called out was the sign that this mother had returned. "I'm sorry, but I still have to go. Without you, I really can't endure it anymore." Bai Wei knew her mother would soon turn back into that volatile person. That only strengthened her resolve to escape. The reason she wanted to study psychology was that she hoped to cure her mother and let the mother who truly loved her stay forever. "Ma'am, if you truly love Bai Wei, then please trust me with her. I promise I won't let her suffer the slightest hurt. I'm such a useless mother. This girl has never known how to voice her pain. Please watch over her carefully." Fengzhi hunched over and tightly clasped Bai Wei's hand and mine together. Her hands were cold as ice, yet they left our skin burning. One last time, she touched the little sunshine doll charm on Bai Wei's suitcase. Then she waved to us with loving eyes. Bai Wei looked back every few steps, but her tears gave way to a relieved smile. Having completely let down her guard, Bai Wei was as excited as a bird reborn. She pulled her suitcase with one hand, while tightly hugging my arm with the other. She happily leaned her whole body against me. I felt her soft touch against my arm. Her joy was infectious, and I couldn't help smiling too. In the cab ride home, even the driver noticed her change. He teased that she must have won the lottery, but deep down, I felt uneasy. Before getting in the cab, I distinctly felt that someone had been secretly following us. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." I smiled and shook my head. Was it really just my imagination? I gave one last glance out the window, suppressing my doubts. The warning bell for evening study had just rung. The classroom smelled of fresh ink on books and the subdued rustle of turning pages. Bai Wei sat to my right, intently organizing her notebook of mistakes. Ever since leaving that oppressive home that afternoon, her whole being was like a plant finally reaching sunlight. Even her hair seemed lighter, but I couldn't relax. Ever since we got out of the cab, that icy feeling of being watched by a venomous snake had followed me like a shadow. 10 years, as a detective told me, the stalker had followed us into the school. I casually spun the pen in my hand, but my eyes were fixed on the reflection in the glass of the front door. The motion sensor light in the hallway had not gone out. That meant someone was standing in the camera's blind spot, quietly watching in our direction. "Nancheng, about the forces in this physics problem. I keep thinking I missed a frictional force. Could you take a look?" As she leaned closer, she carried a faint citrus scent. I took the scratch paper, but in that instant, from the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a figure in a black raincoat flash across the front door's glass. The shadow quickly withdrew behind the wall. "Here, you overlooked the static friction on the slope. But this problem can wait. Bai Wei, listen to me. For the next 5 minutes, no matter what happens, stay in your seat. Do not leave the classroom. Is something wrong? Where are you going? Don't be afraid. I'm going to catch the nuisance that's been hounding us. Remember, with so many people here, the classroom is safest for you. Wait for me to come back." Before Bai Wei could ask another question, I abruptly rose to my feet, pushing back my chair, and strode out through the back door. The moment I stepped into the hallway, the gentleness on my face vanished. In its place came the cold ruthlessness of the detective captain I had been in my past life, who made serial killers tremble. With his icy resolve, I deliberately made my footsteps heavy, heading toward the end of the hall, toward the most secluded old laboratory building. The lights there were dim, and the security cameras had long been broken. If the stalker wanted to make a move, it was the perfect hunting ground. Sure enough, when I entered the chilly passage connecting the laboratory building, I heard the faintest sound behind me. Carefully muffled footsteps, heels deliberately lifted, rubber soles scraped against the terrazzo floor. The sound magnified through the empty passageway. I gave a cold smile. The prey had taken the bait. I shoved open the old chemistry lab's wooden door, slipped into the blind spot behind it, and held my breath. 10 seconds later, a rough hand slowly pushed open the door. A weak flashlight beam probed inside. Now, I sprang from behind the door like a leopard. My left hand formed a precise claw, seizing the wrist holding the flashlight. I tightened my fingers and viciously twisted it outward. With a muffled groan of pain, the flashlight hit the floor. Without pausing, my right hand clamped the back of his head. Using his forward momentum, I drove my knee hard into his abdomen. There was nothing drawn out about the close quarters takedown. It was an utterly one-sided takedown. The stalker instantly lost all ability to resist, convulsing in pain as he collapsed. I planted a foot on his chest, pinning him firmly to the floor. Then I bent down and picked up the flashlight, shining its beam directly into his face. When I saw that face twisted in pain, my pupils suddenly contracted. The man on the floor was Jiang. He was Bai Wei's stepfather, the man who, during last Friday's storm, had protected his hysterical wife, and had been stabbed in the abdomen. Even now, the wound in his abdomen clearly had not healed. Cold sweat covered his face from the pain, yet his bloodshot eyes remained locked on me, and from the pocket of his raincoat, a sharp knife had fallen out. Your wife is still recovering in the hospital. Why aren't you resting in your hospital bed, with your knife wound still unhealed? Dressed like this, you came to school to follow me. What exactly are you trying to do? Why are you protecting her so fiercely? After you left this afternoon, Fengzhi completely broke down at the hospital. She kept throwing herself against the bed rail. If the doctors had not intervened in time and given her a sedative, she would not have made it. As long as Bai Wei remains in Qinghai City, Fengzhi will never get better. Bai Wei has to disappear from Qinghai City for good. I want her dead. Watching Jiang's crazed expression, all the fragmented clues from my past life curiously rearranged themselves at that moment. On that stormy night in my past life, the killer wore a raincoat and perfectly evaded every camera. The real culprit who brutally murdered Bai Wei in that dead-end alley. Could it really have been no random thug at all, but the stepfather before me, who for his wife, had completely lost his mind? Had he, that night, just as he had today, ignored his injuries, slipped out of the hospital, and followed Bai Wei to murder her? I made my decision immediately. Without another word, I called the police. For stalking her with a knife and attempted assault, Jiang was put into a police car. But as I watched the police car speed away, a taut string seemed to tighten inside my chest, and it would not loosen. Early the next morning, I made an excuse and took a half-day off. Using my father's connections in the city, I claimed I was family checking on his injuries, and entered the city hospital surveillance room. Without conclusive proof that he was the killer, I did not dare draw any conclusions. After all, during the investigation in my past life, we had immediately ruled out his motive. And he had a solid alibi. I had to see for myself what Jiang had been doing on that stormy Friday night. Sir, please pull up the footage from 8 to 10 last Friday night. From the emergency operating room hallway, the footage flickered across the screen. 8:15. Jiang, covered in blood, was wheeled into surgery. 8:40. The red light above the operating room remained on. Several nurses went in and out carrying blood bags. 9:20. Jiang was wheeled out of surgery, tubes running from his body as he was taken to intensive care. Until 11 o'clock, no one entered or left the intensive care unit. A severely injured man could not possibly jump from a third-floor hospital balcony. It felt as if lightning struck my mind. My hands and feet turned ice cold in an instant. The coroner had determined that Bai Wei's time of death in my past life was around 10:30 that night. It was an ironclad alibi. On that stormy night in my past life, Jiang was lying on an operating table, He could never have pursued Bai Wei into that alley and killed her. If Li Gang, her stepfather, was not the killer, then who was? When I walked out of the hospital entrance, the midday sun was so bright I could barely open my eyes. Li Gang's perfect alibi weighed on my chest like a massive stone. Who was the killer who had hidden in the rainstorm of my past life? The fear of an unseen enemy lurking in the dark troubled me far more than facing a demon head-on. I pushed open the front door. The house was utterly quiet. A faint scent of body wash lingered in the air. I quietly entered the guest bedroom. Bai Wei was curled beneath the covers, taking a nap. She was sleeping restlessly. Her long lashes trembled faintly, and one hand instinctively clutched the edge of the blanket. Seeing her peaceful yet fragile sleeping face, the rage inside me faded by more than half. I walked over, wanting to pull her fallen light blanket back into place. But the instant I looked up, my gaze swept across the guest bedroom window. I suddenly froze. The afternoon sun slanted across the glass. On the outside of the window, there was clearly a faint fingerprint smudged with dust. Every hair on my body stood on end. Holding my breath, I immediately turned and rushed outside. I went around to the landscape strip beside the house. Sure enough, at the edge of the lawn beneath the guest room window, several shrubs had been trampled and bent every which way. A trail of messy footprints marked the soil. They pointed straight at the window where Bai Wei had been napping. My heart began to race. That person had been standing right here. He had even pressed his hand against the glass, separated only by that thin pane. Staring intently at the sleeping girl inside, a sense of danger washed over me like a tide. He had followed us all the way here. The complex had security guards, but they could not stop a demon determined to lurk in the shadows. I could not sit around and wait to be attacked. That afternoon, I went straight to the electronics market. I came back with 3 large boxes of top-of-the-line equipment, high-definition infrared night vision cameras, and vibration alarms for the windowsills. I hauled a stepladder myself, going back and forth between the house exterior and the living room, drilling holes and running cables. The noise woke Bai Wei, wearing loose loungewear. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out. "What are you doing? Why did you buy so many cameras?" "I am a little paranoid. Living on the first floor is convenient, but it never hurts to install extra cameras against burglars." "Hold the ladder from me. Are you worried it is not safe for me to be home alone?" HMPH. You know the answer, so why ask? While installing a camera in the corner of the living room ceiling, I needed a point of support up high. Bai Wei stood on tiptoe, stretching to pass the cable up to me. Her movements were too broad, revealing her delicate collarbone and a flash of pale skin. From above, my gaze swept over her by accident, and my throat instantly went dry. "All right, hold me steady. I am coming down." As I climbed down, I inadvertently glanced at her again. Bai Wei noticed my gaze. Her face flushed scarlet. With a startled cry, she let go of the ladder. I lost my balance and fell straight down. Bai Wei quickly spread her arms to catch me. Taking advantage of the moment, I leaned to one side, letting half my weight fall onto her, and pulled her straight into my arms. "Be careful. Did you twist your ankle?" "My ankle is fine. I was just startled. So my legs are a little weak." "Miss Housekeeper, you failed to protect me. You will have to take responsibility. That is because you were being shameless." Though she said that, her slender hands hesitated, then gently settled behind my waist. She hugged me back. The warmth and sweet fragrance in my arms soothed the tense, restless nerves I had carried all day, if only for the moment. After dinner, I sat on the couch, adjusting the split-screen surveillance display on my computer. Bai Wei washed a plate of fresh strawberries. She sat beside me, sweet and attentive, using a toothpick to offer the largest one to my lips. I turned back to the screens. The lawn outside, the blind spots around the house, every possible point of entry, were all covered by high-definition cameras with no blind spots. If that shadowy figure who left those footprints dared show up again, I would make sure he could not escape. "Bai Wei, whenever you are home from now on, unless it is me unlocking the door, do not answer it for anyone. Remember, anyone. MMHM. "I will remember." The afternoon sun made the asphalt faintly hot. Bai Wei walked beside me with her backpack on. Her ponytail swayed with every step. Ever since she moved into my apartment and escaped that stifling home, even her steps had become much lighter. Every so often, she leaned closer to share the questions she got wrong in today's review. But I could not relax at all. That needle prick sensation of being watched followed me like a shadow. From the moment we left the complex gates, it clamped down on the back of my neck. Walk closer to the inside. There are too many cars out there. Nansheng, what is wrong? Your palms are soaked with sweat. It is nothing. I did not get enough rest after setting up those cameras at noon. Come on. Our homeroom teacher has the first class this afternoon. We will get yelled at if we are late. I looked completely at ease, but my peripheral vision swept quickly over the storefronts and landscape strips. No one was in the blind spots, but that clammy feeling of being watched by a venomous snake could not be mistaken. The moment we entered the school gates, Zhang Yan's unmistakably boisterous voice rang out from the shadows of the classroom building. He jogged over, rushing right up to me. His face was bright red, and he was too excited to speak straight. Gu Nansheng. Holy crap, you are unbelievable. That tip you gave us about the wanted fugitive turned out to be real. The police station is in an uproar. They said that bastard is the man who traveled through 3 provinces, leaving several bodies behind him. Did they catch him? At that, half the excitement drained from Zhang Yan's face. That place is seriously creepy. The police sealed off the entire old district, with layers upon layers of officers, locking it down tight. We could not even get close. But that guy vanished into thin air. I heard he is extremely skilled at evading surveillance. Minutes before the net closed around him, he actually jumped into a filthy drainage ditch and escaped through the sewers. My heart lurched. Zhang Yan's words were like a cold scalpel, slicing through every last shred of my wishful thinking. The serial killer from my previous life had not been directly connected to Bai Wei's death, but he was a man who killed without blinking, an extraordinarily cunning madman. If he had escaped the police cordon, then he was lurking in the city's shadows, like a startled wild beast. I thought of the guest room window at noon, the faint, dusty handprint outside it, and the messy trail of footprints on the lawn. Since the true killer from that rainy night in my previous life had not surfaced, could the one who climbed outside my window at noon to spy on us have been this desperate killer? While fleeing the manhunt, had he randomly picked my place, a house that looked like it belonged to someone wealthy, as a hiding place? Or was he seeking revenge on the informant, secretly scouting the area? Zhang Yan, listen carefully. For the next while, apart from school and the hospital, do not go anywhere else. What is wrong, Gu? I got the reward money. I was just about to treat you to some grilled skewers. Why do you look like that? That fugitive is not just a murderer. He is a madman with no limits. You provided the tip and took the reward. If he gets wind of it and learns you called the police, you and your mother will be the first people he retaliates against. No, it cannot be that bad, can it? I am from around here, at least. He has more lives on his hands than you have ever seen blood. Do not argue with me. Go straight to the hospital after school and stay there. Have your mother lock the hospital room door tight. Do not come out, no matter who calls for you. Do you understand? Gu, do not scare me. My worthless life does not matter. But my mom cannot handle a scare like this. After sending Jiang Yan away, I stood in the shadows of the hallway, watching Bai Wei read quietly in the classroom. Chills ran down my back. Li Gang had been cleared of suspicion. The real killer from that rainy night was still hiding in the dark. And now, there was also a serial killer still on the run. 2 unknown murderous threats had become entwined, closing tightly around us. I touched the phone in my pocket. My home surveillance app was quietly running on it. I do not care who left those footprints outside. If you dare come here, then I will make you pay. After evening study hall, Bai Wei and I walked home side by side. Though the night breeze was cool, she seemed to enjoy the feeling of safety that came with having someone beside her. She chattered the whole way, telling me amusing stories from class. When we got home, Bai Wei eagerly tied on an apron and headed into the kitchen. Before long, to steaming bowls of tomato and egg noodles, and several small side dishes were set on the table. Nansheng, hurry and try it. I added the fried egg you like today. I made the edges extra crisp, just how you like them. Even if it were poison you made, I would clean every bite off the bowl. There you go talking nonsense again. Eat up before the noodles get soggy. The warm yellow dining room light fell across her faintly flushed profile, wrapping her in a soft, fuzzy glow. I ate the noodles in big mouthfuls, savoring this stolen moment of peace. After dinner, Bai Wei went to shower. The sound of running water filled the bathroom. Leaning back on the couch, I opened my phone and accessed the yard surveillance system I had installed that day. On screen, the night vision infrared cameras showed every detail of the landscaping around the house. They showed every detail of the landscaping around the house. I casually checked the evening footage. I replayed the evening footage. Then my gaze suddenly froze. A little after 6 that evening, before we got home, an unfamiliar man in a baseball cap had been outside my yard in the landscaping, pacing around for more than 10 minutes. He had even peered through the windows several times. I immediately enlarged the footage to carefully make out his features. The man was somewhat heavyset, with drooping eyes. In my mind, I quickly pulled up the wanted poster the police had released. It was not him. The wanted fugitive was a gaunt man with high cheekbones. It was not that fugitive. Then what rat had crawled out of the woodwork now? Could it be the true killer from my previous life, scouting the place? The feeling of being exposed while my enemy hid in the dark infuriated me. A serial killer on the run. The unknown rainy night killer from my previous life. And now there was also a stranger lurking around in daylight. I felt as if I were trapped at the center of a massive black vortex. The clock struck 1 in the morning. The entire complex lay in deathly silence. I lay in bed in the master bedroom. Though my eyes were closed, my nerves still held the same alert tension from when I had been a detective. In my previous life, suddenly, an incredibly faint crack came from outside. It was followed by the faintest footsteps, deliberately keeping weight off the heels. Slowly approaching the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, my eyes flew open. Like a waking cheetah, I slipped silently out of bed. My feet touched the floor, without making a sound. Keeping close to the wall, I slowly edged into the blind spot by the living room window. By the faint moonlight, I peered through a gap in the curtains, and vaguely saw a thin, shadowy figure, pressed furtively against the exterior wall of my home. The shadow's hand seemed to be feeling around the windowsill for something. He even tried to gently push the window. Every muscle in my body was coiled to the limit. If he made one wrong move, I would rush out and cripple him. But I forced myself not to alert him. I wanted to see what he was really after, and whether he had accomplices. Second by second, time passed. The shadow lingered outside the window for 2 or 3 minutes. Perhaps he realized the window was locked from inside, or perhaps he sensed some danger. He suddenly stopped moving, turned around, and quickly vanished deep into the complex's landscaping. My instinct was to throw open the door and chase him. But the moment my hand touched the doorknob, I stopped dead. I looked back at the tightly shut guest room door. Bai Wei was still sound asleep inside. More important than catching that rat was Bai Wei's absolute safety. I suppressed the killing intent in my heart, then turned toward the coffee table and quickly opened the surveillance computer. I pulled up the infrared replay from that angle. The footage began to rewind. The shadow appeared on screen. This top-tier security system had incredibly high resolution. Even the creases in his clothes were crystal clear. I stared hard at the screen and dragged the progress bar to the instant the shadow turned to leave. Just as he sharply turned his head, the infrared camera caught a clear shot of his face. The instant I saw that face clearly, my pupils contracted sharply. My mind buzzed, as if someone had struck me over the head with a club. That face, always hidden beneath heavy bangs, with its hint of timidity and isolation. Yiqi. How could it be him? The class's notorious punching bag. The boy always bullied by thugs. Why was he, in the dead of night, lurking like a ghost outside my window? The computer screen's ghostly blue glow fell across my face. I did not turn on the lights. I sat alone on the couch in the dark, my fingertips unconsciously tapping against my knee. My mind was like a high-speed computer, frantically sorting through the seemingly unrelated mess. The unfamiliar fat man from the day, Yiqi at night, and on the guest room window, that faint, dusty handprint. What connection could these three possibly share? If the handprint had been left by that fat man during the day, why had he only lingered around the grounds without taking further action? Who had sent him? I took a deep breath and set aside the lead on the fat man for now. My eyes remained fixed on the screen, on Yiqi's frozen face. Compared to that unknown fat man, Yiqi's appearance sent a deeper chill down my spine. A withdrawn student at school, who meekly endured everything. A punching bag who did not dare fight back even when thugs extorted him. Why would he, at 1 in the morning, display such practiced stealth and appear like a ghost outside my window? Once my investigative instincts were stirred, All the overlooked details from my previous life flooded into my mind like a tide. I remembered that stormy night from my previous life. That night, Yichi had also been near the crime scene. Those thugs had cornered him in a dead-end alley and beaten him. And Bai Wei had seen it while leaving the convenience store. That was why she walked into that fatal alley. In my previous life, I had always believed Yichi was merely an unlucky victim who happened to be there. But now, this so-called victim was in the dead of night, sneaking around outside my window. Could it be that the one who snatched Bai Wei's fruit knife in the rainstorm in my previous life, then brutally murdered her, was Yichi? The moment that thought surfaced, my razor-sharp investigative logic swiftly re-examined it. I closed my eyes and desperately recalled what happened after Bai Wei died in my previous life. The whole school was shaken. The police came every day to take statements. Every student was terrified. But what about Yichi? The Yichi of my previous life, in the days after Bai Wei's death, still sat in the corner like he was invisible. He showed no panic, no fear, not even the slightest unusual emotional reaction. His calm was as still as stagnant water. No, I knew criminal psychology too well. With police and investigations everywhere, he could never keep up a flawless act. Behind that feigned calm would require terrifying mental fortitude and unfathomable cunning. How could a boy who trembled when thugs beat and cursed him possibly possess the composure of a deranged serial killer if he really was that calculating? Then at school, that meek, easily bullied act of his was all a facade. He was like a venomous snake in sheep's clothing, quietly lying in wait among everyone, watching it all with cold eyes. The wall clock ticked away, second by second. A wave of dread washed over me. If Yichi truly was that cold-blooded butcher in my previous life, then his appearance here tonight, did it mean that in this life, he had already marked Bai Wei and me as his prey, trying to play tricks on me? Whatever hides beneath that mask, man or monster, I will tear it off and expose you. I stood up and walked to the guest room door. I quietly checked that the door was still securely locked from inside. Listening to Bai Wei's steady breathing behind the door, I secretly clenched my fists. This ticking time bomb was right in our class. I could not let him roam free. I made my decision. Tomorrow, at school, I had to find Yichi, rip away his harmless disguise, and uncover the truth about the stormy night and tonight. Early morning sunlight filtered through the balcony screen, scattering warm flecks of gold across the wooden floor. I opened my bedroom door. The kitchen was filled with the sizzle of frying bacon, along with the warm aroma of toast. Bai Wei wore a plain white pullover hoodie, busy at the counter on her tiptoes. Golden morning light outlined her slender, gentle figure. This beautiful scene almost made me forget last night's terror. You're awake. Go wash up. The sandwiches will be ready soon. I added extra cheese, just how you like it. You're quite the homemaker. Whoever marries you someday will be the luckiest man alive. Hey, teasing me first thing in the morning? Go wash your face already. After washing up, I sat at the table. I watched her take small bites of her sandwich. A bit of white salad dressing had accidentally smeared the corner of her mouth. I did not point it out. Instead, I reached out and gently wiped the dressing from her lips with my fingertip. Oh, you eat like a messy little kitten. I can wipe it off myself. This brief warmth felt like the last calm before a storm. I swallowed my last mouthful of milk and buried the unease from last night's footage deep inside. No matter how many monsters waited outside, in this home, I only wanted to give her all the light she could ever need. After breakfast, Bai Wei and I walked side by side along the tree-lined road to school. It was morning rush hour. The streets teemed with traffic. Students in uniform and commuters rushing to work hurried past. But as we crossed an intersection, that familiar, nauseating feeling of being watched, like a snake flicking its tongue, clamped down on the back of my neck again. Every muscle in my body tensed instantly. The feeling was crystal clear. Somewhere amid the passing crowd, a pair of icy, sinister eyes was fixed on Bai Wei's back and mine. Bai Wei, your backpack strap looks loose. Let me tighten it. Using the excuse of fixing her backpack, my gaze swept like radar, rapidly scanning the newsstand mirror at the street corner, the blind spot behind the bus stop sign, even the windows of parked cars across the road. There were too many people, too many overlapping lines of sight. I could not immediately drag that rat hiding in the shadows into the open. But I knew He was nearby. Thanks, Nancheng. It feels much more comfortable now. Come on. Class is about to start. With that watchful presence following us all the way, we finally entered a classroom roaring with students reciting their morning lessons. I sent my way back to her seat first. I remained by the back door, my gaze, sharp as a blade, immediately locked onto the last row of the classroom, that seat forever tucked in the shadows. My heart sank. The seat was empty. The desk was spotless. There was not even a single book. Nancheng, what are you looking at? You mean Ichi, that quiet guy? He did not come today. I heard he called in sick with the homeroom teacher early this morning, said he had a high fever and could not get out of bed. Jiang Yan's casual words set off a storm in my mind. You said he took leave and did not come? Yeah. Gu, why are you reacting so strongly? He gets beaten up and takes time off every other day. Isn't that normal? I let go of Jiang Yan and slowly returned to my seat. My palms were slick with cold sweat. At 1 in the morning, he appeared outside my window like a ghost, scouting my home with unnervingly professional stealth. This morning, on our way to school, we felt an intensely strong sense of being watched. And now, he just happened to miss school with a high fever. All the clues came together in a terrifying convergence at that moment. If he was not at school, then where was he now? The answer was nearly obvious. The person who had watched us so closely this morning, who was now lurking in the shadows, following us like a venomous snake, had to be Ichi. 100%. The unknown killer from that stormy night in my previous life, who took Bai Wei's fruit knife meant for self-defense. The stalker who crept outside my window last night, and the deranged prowler who followed us this morning. In my deductions, gradually merged into a face hidden behind heavy bangs, pale and timid. Ichi. What secret are you hiding? The moment the dismissal bell rang, I took Bai Wei to the address listed for Yichi in the class directory. It was an ordinary residential complex. It was somewhat old, but the surroundings were fairly neat. When we reached the 3rd floor, I knocked on the security door, but there was no answer. Just as I was wondering why, the older woman across the hall came out carrying a bag of trash. Stop knocking. Looking for the Yi family. They left early this morning, before dawn. Moved out with bags and boxes in tow. They said some relatives in the countryside had an emergency. They even gave up the apartment. Ma'am, are you saying they moved out before dawn? Yes, a little after 5, I think. The moving truck made a huge racket. It was loud enough to annoy me. A boom went off in my head. The woman's words were like a bucket of ice water, dumped straight over my head. They had left before dawn. Then that morning, when Bai Wei and I were heading to school, what we felt, that overwhelming, icy sense of being watched that followed us like a shadow. My mind raced. Cold sweat instantly coated my back. If the one following us that morning was not Ichi, then besides Ichi, who had crept outside my window last night, there was another pair of eyes, even in broad daylight, watching us relentlessly. Was it that strange fat man from the daytime? That serial killer on the run? Or the true killer from that rainy night in my previous life? I suppressed my shock and unease, took Bai Wei's hand, and decided to take her home first. We could figure out the rest later. When we reached our front door, we found an unexpected visitor standing in the hallway. He wore a Tailor designer suit, a middle-aged man with impeccably combed hair. His brow was tightly furrowed, his face livid as he paced back and forth. He radiated the authority of a man used to power, along with barely restrained rage. The moment she saw his face, Bai Wei went rigid beside me, instinctively gripping my hand tighter. So, you still remember that I am your father? Bai Qingqing charged toward us, and yanked Bai Wei away from my side. Bai Wei, do you have any idea what you are doing? Your mother is still lying in the hospital, so sick she is barely conscious. How can you be so heartless as to abandon her? And that is not all. You are a young girl, still so young, yet you ran off to live with some boy. Do you have no regard for your reputation? Faced with her father's barrage of accusations, Bai Wei's eyes instantly reddened. But this time, she did not back down. Instead, she forcefully pulled free of Bai Qingfeng's grip. What right do you have to lecture me? You were the one who abandoned my mother first. If it were not for you, she would never have become like this. What could you possibly understand about adult matters? Every month, have I ever shorted on child support? Now your mother is sick, and you have run away. Pack your things. You are coming back to the Bai family home with me now. I will not allow my daughter to behave so disgracefully outside. I am not going. I do not want anything to do with you. And I certainly do not want to set foot in your Bai family home. I will find a way to deal with my mother's illness. I do not need you to interfere. Bai Qingqing flew into a rage and reached for Bai Wei's arm to drag her away by force. I stepped forward at once, like a solid wall, firmly blocking Bai Wei from him. I met Bai Qingfeng's gaze coldly. Mr. Bai Wei has made herself very clear. She does not want to go with you. Forcing her like this is hardly dignified, is it? Gu Nansheng, do not think that because your Gu family has some influence in Shanghai City, you can lure my daughter away. This is a private matter for the Bai family. He looked at Bai Wei, whom I was fiercely shielding behind me, then at my cold, terrifying stare. After weighing his options, he forcibly suppressed the urge to take her by force. Gu Nansheng, listen carefully. If you let her suffer even the slightest hurt, even if it cost me my life, I will never let you get away with it. With that, Bai Qingfeng shot Bai Wei a fierce glare. His dress shoes echoed heavily, as Bai Qingfeng, filled with rage and helplessness, turned and stormed away. He disappeared down the end of the hallway. Watching Bai Qingfeng vanish down the corridor, I took Bai Wei's hand and led her back inside, and deadbolted the security door. Bai Wei was still feeling low. She silently went into the kitchen for a glass of water. Meanwhile, I sat on the sofa, my brow drawing tighter and tighter. Bai Qingfeng's anguish displayed just now, as a father sworn to protect his daughter at any cost, gave me an intensely unsettling feeling. Something was wrong. He had heartlessly abandoned his wife and daughter back then, without a word for over a decade. He had not even shown up when Fengzhi lost her mind. Why had he suddenly come to my door today? Acting as if he cared whether his daughter lived or died, I pushed down my doubts and turned on the computer linked to the surveillance cameras. The instant the screen lit up, my pupils abruptly constricted. It was that fat man, the one who had appeared on the surveillance footage last night. That slightly overweight man with drooping eyes. At that moment, he was standing by the landscaping outside my building again. He was hiding behind a utility pole, peeking out to stare at my windows. You had a way out, and you would not take it. Since you came right to me, I will skin you alive today. I immediately took out my phone and called Jiang. He lived nearby. Jiang, bring a weapon. Come downstairs to my building. We have a tail. Flank him with me. Do not let him get away. 5 minutes later, Jiang, panting hard, slipped to the far end of the alley. I signaled to him. Like a pair of pincers, we lunged at the fat man from both sides. Damn it, he was just about to run, but Jiang cut off his escape. I rushed him from behind, kicking hard behind his knee. The fat man cried out and dropped to his knees. I twisted his arm behind his back and pressed his face hard against the rough wall. You have been following us for 2 days. Talk? Who sent you? Oh, please, spare me. My arm is breaking. My arm is breaking. I did not do anything. Did not do anything. Then why are you lurking around here? Tell me the truth, or I will knock every tooth out of your mouth. I will talk. I will talk. A masked woman came to me 3 days ago. What? What did she tell you to do? Murder or kidnapping? Were you the one following us this morning, too? No, sir. I would never dare do something illegal like that. The client only sent me your photos and address. She told me to watch you every day and record what time you leave, what time you come home, and whether there are other adults in the house. I swear, I absolutely never followed you on the street. I was only supposed to wait at the entrance to this complex and record the times. Ah. What does she look like? Who is she? I really do not know. She never showed up again after paying me. She did not even leave contact information. Sir, I am just trying to make a living. I will give you back the deposit. Please, let me go. I stared hard into the fat man's eyes. My 10 years of criminal investigation experience told me he was not lying. He really was just a low-level lookout being used as a pawn. The lead had gone completely cold again. I let him go, letting the fat man scramble out of the alley. Jiang cursed under his breath beside me, but I felt more defeated and exhausted than ever. The shadowy stalker who had tailed us that morning was not this fat man, nor was it Yiqi, who had moved away overnight. The real culprit was still like an invisible ghost, hiding, without leaving a trace. And the person who hired the fat man only wanted to learn our daily routine. That meant they were planning an extremely meticulous operation. After sending Jiang away, I went back inside alone. Bai Wei had already gone to sleep. I collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted, rubbing my aching brow. I looked up at the surveillance feeds on the wall. The first floor entrance, outside the second floor windowsill, the main road through the complex. Everything looked normal. Wait, my eyes suddenly locked onto screen 2. It was mounted diagonally above the entrance door, the infrared camera covering the hallway blind spot. When I installed and calibrated it myself yesterday, the lower right corner of the image had clearly shown the red metal fire hose cabinet. But now, the frame had shifted about 15 degrees to the left. The fire hose cabinet was completely out of view. In its place was a huge blind spot beside the door frame. My blood turned to ice. Someone had tampered with my camera. The wind could not have done this. The camera was firmly screwed into the wall. When Jiang and I caught that fat man downstairs, we had only been gone for 10 minutes. Yet in those brief 10 minutes, someone had silently reached my door, skillfully avoiding the front-facing camera, then forcibly twisting the camera's angle, creating a surveillance blind spot. The true demon, creeping through the darkness, had just been outside my door. Sitting alone on the living room sofa, I stared at the screen, at the camera twisted to create that blind spot. My mind raced through everything that had happened today. The strange fat man from earlier, the dusty handprint outside the second floor window, the furtive shadow in the dead of night, and now, the person who had silently twisted the camera. When I connected all those actions, the person I suspected most was still Yiqi, whose behavior was so contradictory. Just as I frowned, trying to work out the motive. Bang, bang, bang. Someone suddenly knocked on the security door. I cautiously opened it. Standing outside was Jiang, who had only just left. Why are you back? Goo. I just remembered. Yiqi asked me this morning to return to things to you. What things? He asked me to give these things back to you. He also specifically asked me to pass on a message. He said he actually came downstairs to your place last night. He wanted to return them to you in person, to thank you for always helping him. But it was too late at night, and he did not want to disturb your rest. So he stood outside for a while, then left. At Jiang's words, my mind buzzed. Yiqi had appeared outside my window at 1 in the morning, just to return my things. His entire family really had moved away. He had not followed me on the road at all, nor had he time to come and twist my camera. The suspicion surrounding Yiqi was instantly and completely eliminated. My only lead had gone cold again. I slumped back against the sofa, consumed by utter confusion and despair. If it was not Yiqi, then who had moved the camera? Who else was watching us so closely from the shadows? Just as I was at a complete loss, Jiang suddenly pulled out his phone. He found a photo and held it out to me. Oh, Gu, I have been meaning to ask you. The man in this photo, was he hired by your family to secretly protect you? I have noticed him lurking around you all the time. When I caught that fat man in the alley just now, I saw him hanging around outside your complex again. I jerked my head up and took the phone. The photo had been secretly taken on a dimly lit street corner. It showed a man in a baseball cap. Only his side profile and back were visible. I stared at the photo of his back on Jiang's phone. Without a moment's hesitation, I took out my own phone and photographed it. Then I sent it straight to my mother. I immediately called her. Hello, Mom. The person in the photo. Did you arrange for him to follow me? The line went silent for 2 seconds. Then my mother's deeply surprised voice came through. Son, you actually noticed him? Your father paid a fortune to hire him. He is a retired mercenary. You are living out there alone. We were worried sick about you. So we hired him specifically to secretly keep you safe. He has been following you for a while, yet you still spotted him. The words retired mercenary hit me hard. My taut nerves jolted. He is only responsible for checking around you. For any signs of danger, he will not spy on your personal life. If this makes you uncomfortable, your father and I can have him leave. That will not be necessary. Recently, outside the guest room window where Bai Wei is staying, I found some unusual footprints. So I thought there was danger. But if he was watching over my safety, why did he go to the guest room window? Did you not say before that Bai Wei would be staying in our guest room? I thought I would have him check whether the guest room window was secure and whether the security bars were safe. Mom, send me his contact information. After hanging up, a phone number soon arrived on my phone. Your family really hired him? Holy crap. He really is a bodyguard your family hired, and a mercenary at that. Goo. Your family's security measures are insane. I ignored Zhang Yan's amazement. My eyes stayed fixed on the number on the screen. My mind racing. A retired mercenary. If that was true, then every bizarre thing had a perfectly reasonable explanation. The dusty handprint outside the window and the camera that had just been moved were very likely this mercenary's doing while he checked the surrounding security, or while deliberately evading my counter-surveillance equipment. They were traces he had left behind. At that moment, the pieces seemed to fit together again. The trail I had nearly grasped now seemed to have vanished completely. I had to contact this mercenary immediately and confirm whether the handprint and the moved camera were his doing. I took a deep breath and called the number my mother had sent me. It was answered after just one ring. Hello, young master. You are Uncle Dao, right? The handprint on the guest room window and the camera moved outside the door. Were those your doing? Haha. Young master, your counter-surveillance skills are incredible. Your alertness is better than some of the rookies I trained. Young master, when I checked the area for security risks this afternoon, I found that every screw on the guest room security bars was rusted and loose. They could be pried open with barely any force. So I replaced them all with high-strength titanium alloy screws. I even made them look weathered and coated them with a little dust. I did not expect the dust on my gloves to leave a print on the glass. As for the camera outside your door, its original angle was fine for preventing break-ins, but against a violent attacker, there was a spot along the side that stayed out of view for 1 second. So I adjusted it for you. All right. I understand. Uncle Dao, thank you for your hard work. After hanging up, I quietly entered the guest room. Bai Wei was sleeping soundly, her breathing even. I went to the window and, using the faint light outside, carefully examined the edges of the security bars. Sure enough, the screws that looked heavily rusted had all been replaced with incredibly sturdy new screws. Their surfaces had simply been disguised flawlessly. I let out a long breath of relief. There was no perverted stalker, no professional killer. All those terrifying, ghostly incidents were actually the work of my family's elite bodyguard, eliminating security risks. But once that last shred of tension faded, what followed was overwhelming. A crushing exhaustion and confusion enough to drown me. I collapsed onto the living room sofa, staring at the empty room. The lead on that fat man for hire was a dead end. Yichi had moved away, and his name was completely cleared. Li Gang had a perfect alibi. The fugitive serial killer had nothing to do with the murder in my past life either. Every lead was gone. The true killer from that stormy night in my past life, who had brutally snatched the paring knife Bai Wei carried for protection and stabbed her to death, was still a ghost without even a clear outline, perfectly hidden among the countless faces. That helpless feeling, like punching a pillow, along with the extreme stress of the last 2 days, and the chill from last night's rain, finally, at that moment, completely broke down my body's defenses. My vision began to blur. Everything around me started spinning. My stomach churned violently. My throat burned, dry and raw. I forced myself to stand and pour a glass of water, but my legs gave out. I crashed heavily onto the sofa and lost consciousness completely. I felt as if I had fallen into a blazing furnace. That bloody stormy night from my past life, and Bai Wei's deathly pale face, kept intertwining in my dreams, tearing me apart. Nansheng! Nansheng! Wake up! In my haze, a soft, anxious voice kept echoing beside my ear. A cool, soothing touch suddenly pressed against my forehead. It barely suppressed the fire raging through my body. I struggled to open my heavy eyelids. As my vision focused, I saw Bai Wei's face, filled with worry. Her little face pale as well. Nansheng, you are finally awake. You scared me to death. How did you get such a high fever? I opened my mouth, but my throat was so hoarse, I could not make a sound. I tried to sit up, only to find myself in the master bedroom bed. A thick blanket covered me, with an ice-cold towel pressed to my forehead. I'm fine. I probably caught a chill last night. What do you mean, Cottachill? Your fever is 103.6 degrees Fahrenheit. When I got up this morning, you were collapsed on the sofa. I could not wake you, no matter how I called. You were burning up. Drink some water first. It will soothe your throat. I already asked our homeroom teacher for leave. We are staying home to rest today. Warm water slid down my parched throat, bringing a trace of life back to me. I watched her bustle around, her eyes bloodshot. Clearly, after finding I had a fever, she had stayed by my bedside without leaving. Take the fever medicine. She fed me the fever medicine. If your fever has not gone down by this afternoon, we will go to the hospital for an intravenous drip. Then she tightly clasped my hand in both of hers. Nansheng, do not be afraid. I do not know what you are so worried about. But now it is my turn to take care of you. Get some proper sleep. I am not going anywhere. I will stay right here with you. Looking into her resolute eyes, feeling the warmth in her palms, my nerves, stretched almost to breaking, finally relaxed for real. Under the medicine and fever's drowsy spell, I closed my eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. In my dream, I suddenly returned to my past life. A colleague greeted me enthusiastically. Gu, the case you have been following has a breakthrough. It is someone you know. We caught them. Go take a look. I hurriedly asked who it was. A flash of white light streaked past, and I jolted awake. When I woke again, the sky outside had already darkened. The setting sun shone through the half-drawn curtains, casting a warm orange-red glow across the sheets. The aches in my body had eased considerably, and the burning heat in my forehead had faded. I turned my head slightly, and immediately saw Bai Wei asleep, slumped against the bedside. She looked utterly exhausted. Faint shadows lay beneath her eyes. She was still clutching the towel she had used to cool me down, still ice-cold. As if sensing the change in my breathing, she woke instantly like a startled deer. That is wonderful. Your fever has finally broken. Nansheng, are you hungry? There is rice porridge kept warm in the pot. I will bring you some. Do not rush around. Stay with me for a while. I gripped her hand tightly, feeling the real warmth of her palm. My fingertips hungrily traced the pulse beating in her wrist. Looking at this vibrant, beautiful girl before me, an unprecedented, overwhelming panic suddenly coiled around my heart like a venomous snake. Since being reborn, this was the first time I had felt so afraid. I was afraid this was all just a dream. Afraid that once I exposed the real killer, completely changed the fate that had doomed her to die, and brought everything full circle. This rebirth that defied time itself would end. Would I suddenly be dragged back to that cold, original timeline where only her gravestone remained? Selfishly, I wanted time to stop at this moment forever. If I did not keep investigating, if I kept her hidden in the safe house, guarded around the clock by surveillance, could we stay like this forever, living peacefully together? But, seeing that unreserved trust in her eyes, I suddenly clenched my teeth. Nansheng, what is it? Are you dizzy again? I'm fine. My head just feels a little clearer. I'm a little hungry. Okay, then lean back and do not move around. I'll bring it to you. Afterward, we need to take your temperature. I watched Bai Wei obediently leave the bedroom, pulling the bedroom door shut behind her. The gentleness vanished from my face at once. In its place came utter coldness and urgency. I gripped my phone tightly, my knuckles whitening from the force. A flash of insight tore through my mind. A retired mercenary, Uncle Dao. Since my mother said, Uncle Dao had been protecting me in secret for some time. Then on that stormy night last Friday, he must have been nearby too. That night, Bai Wei came to my door, drenched by the downpour, and later died in that pitch-black alley. In this life, she had stumbled into my home by chance. But could the monster lurking in the shadows, the one who had meant to kill her, have been following her all along? Had he followed Bai Wei the entire way? Perhaps even reached the bottom of my building that night? If so, then Uncle Dao, who had been secretly protecting me, with eyes forged through countless brushes with death, would certainly have noticed the tail following Bai Wei. Without hesitation, I quickly found the unsaved number and pressed call. The phone barely rang once before it was answered. Uncle Dao, it's me, young master. Are you feeling better? What can I do for you? Uncle Dao, there was a heavy rainstorm last Friday night. At around 9:30, a girl, soaked to the bone, knocked on my door. You were keeping watch around my apartment then, right? Yes, I was on the roof of the building across from yours, checking for blind spots. When that girl came to your door, I saw her. Then did you notice any suspicious person behind her? Or rather, was anyone following her all the way to the area around my home, even watching her from the shadows? After I asked that, it felt as if the air around me had frozen solid. A brief silence came from the other end. Only a faint electrical crackle pricked at my ears. The static lasted only 2 seconds. Then Uncle Dao's low voice came through. Young master, there was indeed someone. The words struck my heart like a sledgehammer. The blood in my veins began to boil at once. The rain was too heavy that night. That person wore a long black raincoat and a mask, keeping about 160 feet away. Following the girl at a measured distance, he watched until she entered your apartment building. Then, beneath a street lamp across the road, he stood there for 2 or 3 minutes, before turning and leaving. After that, that person never appeared again. In my past life, Bai Wei never entered my home. So, that monster found his chance to strike in the alley. But in this life, Bai Wei hid inside my home and escaped the killer's hunting ground entirely. So, he could only watch his prey escape through the rain, forced to give up. Uncle Dao, did you see his face clearly? Can you find out who he is? The rain was too heavy, and the street lights were dim. He was wrapped up so tightly. I truly could not see his face. I did not pursue him then, but I clearly remember that when he left, which alley he turned into. Young master, wherever he went, he must have left a trail. After hanging up, I drew a deep breath and suppressed the murderous hostility in my gaze. Just then, the bedroom door gently opened. Nansheng, the porridge is ready. It is just the right temperature. She wore an apron, quietly and gently working at the stove. The agitation in my heart, brought on by closing in on the truth, was instantly soothed. The doctor said your stomach will be sensitive after a fever. Have something light to settle your stomach first. You stayed with me all this time. Did you eat? I had a small bowl in the kitchen. Just eat. Stop talking. Hey. This patient has no strength to lift his hands, so I will have to trouble my little housekeeper to feed me spoonful by spoonful. Bai Wei gave me a mock annoyed glare. In this bedroom wrapped in warm light, the conspiracies and murderous danger outside seemed completely shut away. The next morning, I watched Bai Wei leave for school and had Uncle Dao secretly escort her. Once the security door closed, and I was certain Bai Wei had gone far enough, the warmth in my eyes vanished completely. I quickly changed into plain black clothes. Half an hour later, I was behind an internet cafe near the crime scene, meeting up with Uncle Dao. Young master, these are from last Friday night. All the private surveillance footage from that area. I spent all night copying it. Good work, Uncle Dao. Uncle Dao and I stared at the footage on the computer screen. It was blurry because of the storm, but the instant that person passed beneath the street lamp, the outline of his body came into view. Studying his approximate height and build on screen, and the way he walked, I quickly ran through everyone I had ever met. Soon, a name leaped from my memory. Lin Ranhai, it has to be him. That height and build are unquestionably his. Lin Ranhai, the younger brother of Bai Wei's stepmother, Lin Xia. That evening, a key turned in the security door. Bai Wei entered with her school bag on her back. The moment she saw me sitting on the couch, she hurried over. Nansheng, are you feeling better? Is your head still dizzy? I am fine now. My fever is completely gone. Do not worry. That is good. I was worried sick at school today. Afraid you would be home alone with no one to look after you. We snuggled together on the couch for a while, savoring that rare peace. Then my smile faded. Bai Wei, I have something to take care of. I will be gone for about 2 days. You will be gone for 2 days. You have only just recovered. It is a personal matter I have to handle. I will be back soon. Stay home and wait for me these next 2 days. Do not go anywhere. Okay. I will wait for you at home. Then make sure you stay safe out there. MMHMM. 9 o'clock Saturday morning. Dark clouds crowded the sky outside. Before long, torrential rain came crashing down. Bai Wei was afraid of thunderstorms. She was curled up on the couch, wrapped tightly in a blanket. As for me, I was inside an abandoned, unfinished building somewhere in Jiangsheng. I wore a mask and a voice changer, standing before a blindfolded young man, his hands tied behind his back. His name was Lin Ranhai. He was the target I had been secretly investigating these past few days. He went jogging every morning. I used that chance to kidnap him and bring him here. In my previous life, as a detective, I had to follow the law. But now, to pry out the truth of that night as quickly as possible, I had to use special methods. What do you want? My family has no money. Please let me go. I swear I will not call the police. If I wanted money, why would I kidnap you? Now, I ask the questions. You answer. The fact that I brought you here so easily means I know everything about you. Do not try anything clever. I took an ice-cold glass bottle and lightly pressed it to his neck. Terrified by the unseen threat, he instantly began shaking like a leaf. Ask whatever you want. I will tell you everything I know. Think carefully. That stormy Friday night, half a month ago. What did you do? I deliberately gave him no specific time to increase his psychological pressure. Sure enough, he frantically searched his memory, then stammered that he had invited his female classmate Xiaoyu over to study. Until that evening, if I drip a few drops of something onto that face of yours, I imagine it will look very different. No. I will talk. I did invite a female classmate over that afternoon, but I went out that night. What did you go out to do? To follow a girl. You abandoned your female classmate and braved a storm to follow another girl. Give me a reason to believe you. It is true. My sister asked me to do it. Lin Ranhai's sister was Bai Qingqing's current wife, Lin Xia. I immediately used his fingerprint to unlock his phone and searched through his messages from that day. Sure enough, the messages clearly showed that Lin Xia had told Lin Ranhai to leave the female classmate at his home, go downstairs immediately, and wait to follow Bai Wei after she left their house. I had never understood before why Lin Ranhai would invite a girl over, then go out into a storm to follow someone. It was completely out of character. Now it all made sense. According to the messages, Lin Ranhai followed Bai Wei all the way to the building where I lived. When Lin Xia learned Bai Wei had entered a boy's home, she told him to wait a few minutes. When Bai Wei did not come out, she told him to go home. That meant, on that stormy night in my previous life, Lin Ranhai's surveillance ended the moment Bai Wei knocked on my door. It had already ended completely. But if Lin Ranhai was only assigned to follow her and had no intention of killing her, then how exactly was Bai Wei murdered in my previous life? Thinking back to the autopsy report from my previous life, Bai Wei's clothes had been disheveled, but there were no obvious marks of struggle, ligature marks, or pressure marks on her body. This meant she had not fought back against a sexual assault. The murder weapon was the fruit knife Bai Wei had brought with her. The only possibility was that Lin Xia found Bai Wei afterward. The two had an argument. Given Lin Xia's intense need for control and her hostility toward her husband's daughter from his first marriage, they likely had a falling out that escalated into a heat-of-the-moment murder. Having reasoned this far, I still lacked decisive, direct evidence, but the outline of the truth was already emerging. At least the Lin Ranhai lead had run its course. Get out, do not look back. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Lin Ranhai looked as though he had been pardoned. He scrambled out of the unfinished building. I walked alone to the top floor of the unfinished building and let the icy downpour drench me. The cold water cleared my mind quickly. I had returned to this life for two reasons. First, to find the real killer. Second, to protect Bai Wei from ever being hurt again. Now, Bai Wei was safely living in my home. As long as I kept her from seeing Lin Xia as much as possible, the potential danger would no longer exist. As for the real killer, my suspicions were fixed on Lin Xia, but I had no direct evidence. As far as the outcome was concerned, I had successfully changed Bai Wei's fate. But what if the killer was someone else? At that very instant, a thunderclap tore across the sky. Lightning lit up all of Jiang in an instant. The next moment, everything went black. Then came a dizzying swirl of strange lights and shadows. When I came to my senses, I found Bai Wei somehow standing beside me. No, she was not standing. She was floating. I stared at the scene in astonishment. The Bai Wei before me now was exactly like the one I saw in my dreams. When I was a detective in my previous life, she always wore the faintest, almost imperceptible smile. Yet her face was full of heartache for me. She simply watched me quietly, without saying a word. Seeing this familiar Bai Wei appear before me, I nearly thought I had traveled through time again. I immediately looked around. I was not back on the police station rooftop. Instead, I was outside my home. as confusion and doubt filled my mind. The next moment, a girl soaked to the bone slowly walked toward us. Droplets ran from her hair into her collar. She wrapped her arms around herself and slowly made her way to my front door. I was standing right beside her and was astonished to discover that this by-way from the past could not see me at all. Puzzled, I turned my head and glanced at the ghostly by-way floating beside me. She gave me another expressionless look, then shifted her gaze back to her past self. Seeing that, I turned back as well to look at the rain-soaked by-way before me. She stood at the door, but did not ring the bell right away. She stood there silently, as if struggling over something. After a long while, she slowly reached out her hand, only to stop just before touching the doorbell. After hesitating once more and taking a deep breath, she finally gathered the courage to ring the bell. As the chime rang, her body jolted. She quickly pulled back her hand and wrapped her arms around herself again, looking shy and awkward. Before long, the door opened. The one who opened it was my past self. This was the first time I had seen myself from a third-person perspective. I did not know whether this was a dream or something else, but I was standing right there, and neither my past self nor by-way could see me. I did not dwell on it. I simply watched everything in silence. Just as I remembered, by-way asked if she could stay the night, but I was too young then, and afraid my parents would scold me if they found out. I did not dare casually take in a girl whose soap top was nearly see-through. I thought she was in trouble and had no money to get home, so I offered to walk her back. I turned to get a raincoat and an umbrella, but the moment I turned around, by-way's expression twisted with conflict. Then she turned and left dejectedly. Seeing this, I did not bother with my past self inside, looking for an umbrella. Instead, I immediately followed her. I knew exactly what I had been doing then, but I had no idea what by-way went through that night after I turned her away. Even if this was only a dream, I still wanted to see how it would replay what she endured that night. I caught up with by-way and found a girl whose face was full of confusion, with nowhere to go. She did not want me to know about the shameful mess at home, so she did not dare let me walk her back. But after refusing my kindness, where could she go? The world was so vast, yet there was no place for her in it. Her mother, her father, and me, the three places where she felt she belonged, all seemed to have no room left for her. In a daze, she wandered to a convenience store. Her stomach suddenly growled, remembering she had not eaten since noon. She took out the last of her money and bought a loaf of bread and a cup of milk for dinner. Seeing how drenched she was, the convenience store clerk quickly brought her a towel to dry herself with. Before she left, the clerk kindly pressed an umbrella into her hands. Just return it next time you come by. The rain is pouring, and a girl should not get soaked like this. It is bad for your health. Unable to refuse the clerk's kindness, by-way could only thank them. She accepted the umbrella, opened it, and was about to leave, when she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. She looked over and saw Yi-Chi surrounded by three thugs, being beaten in a corner. After struggling with herself, she gathered her courage and walked over under the umbrella. Stop it right now. If you keep hurting him, I will call the police. She frantically reached for her phone, only to suddenly remember that her mother had smashed it before she left home. Watching her turn out her empty pockets. Looks like you forgot your phone, huh? Pretty girl, we can leave him alone if you stay with us instead. As the three closed in on by-way, Yi-Chi, who had silently taken their beating, without fighting back, suddenly struggled to his feet and planted himself firmly in front of by-way. She has nothing to do with this. Run. Too late to run now. Seeing two of them about to grab by-way, Yi-Chi, the meek, long-suffering boy who had always endured in silence, suddenly snapped. It is not frightening when a loud myth loses their temper, but when a quiet, decent person is driven to the edge, the way they lose control is terrifying. Yi-Chi charged at the three like a rabid dog. Even as punches and kicks rained down, he used every part of his body he could to fight back. Yi-Chi clamped down hard on one thug's arm. He grimaced in agony. The next moment, Yi-Chi targeted the guy beside him and bit down with all his strength. No matter how they hit him, he would not let go. He nearly tore a chunk of flesh from his arm, only when the guy dropped to his knees, begging in pain. Did Yi-Chi finally release him? Seeing his two buddies bitten so badly, the blonde thug lost his nerve. The ruthless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those with nothing to lose. This kid was clearly insane. The three could only spit out a threat. Before fleeing in panic, I knew the three of them carried knives, but they only had them to feel tougher. They did not have the nerve to actually stab anyone. Yixi's ferocity scared them out of their wits. Only then did I understand. The injuries I had seen on Yiqi at school in my past life had indeed come from protecting Bai Wei. Once the three fled, the exhausted Yiqi ignored the driving rain and collapsed into the muddy water. "Are you all right?" "I am fine. Thank you. We are classmates. No need to thank me. You protected me too. Now we are even." Bai Wei forced a gentle smile and reached out to help Yiqi up. Yiqi looked at her outstretched hand, worried about the mud covering his hands. He did not take it. Instead, he pushed himself up from the ground. He walked over to a trash can and picked up the backpack that had been knocked away. He opened its inner compartment and made sure the clean handkerchief was still inside. Only then was he relieved. "Your umbrella is broken. Use mine. But this umbrella belongs to that convenience store. So, remember to return it when you are done. If I take this umbrella, what about you?" "I will be fine. I want to stand in the rain for a while. I do not need an umbrella." Perceptive as Yiqi was, he immediately sensed that something was wrong with Bai Wei. "Did something happen to you?" "It is nothing. Just family matters." Since it was a family matter, Yiqi did not feel right pressing further. But how could Yiqi take a girl's umbrella and leave her out in the rain? As he hesitated, Bai Wei shoved the umbrella straight into his hand. Then she plunged into the dense curtain of black rain. She soon vanished from sight. With no other choice, Yiqi could only take the umbrella and go home. Then it hit me. No wonder that convenience store umbrella was not at the crime scene. Bai Wei had given it to Yiqi. Besides Bai Wei wandering blindly ahead through the rain, I saw another figure, Lin Ranhai. He was carefully avoiding the surrounding cameras, weaving through the rain, as he closely followed Bai Wei. I had already questioned Lin Ranhai and knew he was following Bai Wei, so I was not surprised. What I most wanted to know was what had happened at the crime scene. I turned to look at the silent ghost beside me. Ghost Bai Wei, and I followed close behind. The past Bai Wei as she trudged on, like a walking corpse. Cold rain soaked her to the bone. Yet she seemed to feel nothing, no destination, no idea where to go. Without realizing it, she had reached an old neighborhood with no working surveillance cameras. Eventually, she numbly walked beneath an abandoned awning. Staring at the torrential rain before her, she stood there quietly, lost in a daze. I stood beside the floating ghost of Bai Wei, watching everything unfold from a god's eye view. I saw Lin Ranhai hiding in the shadows, rapidly tapping on his phone. I did not need to look to know. He was reporting Bai Wei's whereabouts to Lin Xie. It seemed Lin Xie would appear soon. In my mind, I was already imagining the confrontation to come. After that, everyone who had left traces on that rainy night appeared one after another. I saw Jiang peeling an apple in a nearby parking shelter. He took a call and hurried away, slipping the knife into his pocket as he went. There truly was no second knife left at the scene. A homeless man and a delivery rider hurried past. That sleazy, perverted neighbor wore a raincoat and furtively slipped into an adult store. After buying a few little items, he quickly left. People came and went around her, but Bai Wei merely stood beneath the awning, numb and still, like a statue stripped of its soul. In this vast world, she no longer knew where she belonged. Since she did not know where to go, she could not bring herself to take another step. After an unknown amount of time, a figure in a raincoat appeared nearby. The figure was not tall, but rather small and slight. As Bai Wei stood there dazed, the figure slowly walked up to her. The faint light was suddenly blocked. Bai Wei immediately looked up. "Yaxi?" I was completely stunned. I had thought Lin Ranhai had contacted Lin Xie, but I never expected the person who appeared here to be Bai Wei's half-sister, Bai Yaxi, the daughter of Bai Qingqing and Lin Xie. Why was it her? My mind was full of questions. I had never considered the possibility that this little girl was at the crime scene. But soon, scattered details about her flashed through my mind. Bai Yaxi was exceptionally gifted and had skipped grades, which meant she had a highly intelligent and precocious mind. I had completely overlooked her because of her age. Now, it seemed, she had most likely impersonated her mother to send Lin Ranhai on errands. But she was only a little girl. Could a conflict with Bai Wei really end with someone dead? I knew that in your state today, you would have nowhere to go. Bai Wei had never harbored ill will toward the sister, but she knew perfectly well that her sister had disliked her since childhood. But no matter how much she disliked her, surely she would not chase her all the way here through a midnight downpour, would she? You came all the way out here at midnight, just to say that? Of course not. I came to make a few things clear. Do not come to my house again. My mother and I do not like you. You have your own mother over there. Why do you have to come and steal my dad from me? Bayaxi's eyes were filled with hatred and malice far beyond her years. Just to say that. You had to come out at midnight? Some things have to be said face to face. And there has to be something concrete left behind. So, you cannot go back on your word later. Bayaxi pulled a waterproof pouch from her raincoat pocket. I know you have nowhere to go now. There is 1,000 yuan in here. Take it. Then, sign this agreement severing your father-daughter relationship. After that, we will have nothing to do with each other. I finally understood. After learning how desperate Bai Wei's situation was, Bayaxi wanted to take advantage of it. She planned to use money to force Bai Wei to sign this absurd agreement, buying herself peace for good. She had Lin Ranhai follow her all the way, just to confirm that Bai Wei truly had nowhere left to turn. Looking at the agreement Bayaxi offered her, Bai Wei gave a bitter, miserable smile. She had never imagined that after she had fallen this far, her own sister would still kick her while she was down. There is no sorrow greater than a heart gone numb. At that moment, what did she care about 1,000 yuan? All she cared about was the last pitiful shred of her dignity. I will not sign it. Bai Wei. Do not kid yourself. Can you not see it? See what? That dad does not care about you at all. He does not love you at all. Look at this weather. It is pouring rain. When you left our house, he did not even ask you to stay. Do you know what that means? It means that, in his heart, he does not see you as his daughter at all. Bayaxi's icy words were like poison-ice picks, driving deep into Bai Wei's already shattered heart. The words, "There is no place for you in his heart," during her mother's bouts of illness, had bitten at her heart like a venomous snake countless times. But now, on this stormy night, on a street where the whole world had abandoned her, when her own flesh and blood sister declared it with the victor's cruelty, Bai Wei felt only that some thread, barely holding on deep inside her mind, snapped with a crack. It broke completely. All the despair from before, like thick, choking smog, engulfed her in an instant. The cold of being shut out by her mother, the numbness of having nowhere to go, the dull pain of her father's indifferent gaze. That was the sound of a heart breaking. Bai Wei understood all of this, really. But for this broken family, she had always held on to one stubborn shred of hope. What had made her insist on seeing her father was, deep in her soul, the last faint glimmer that refused to go out. Yet Bayaxi's words, along with that glaring severance agreement, were like a pair of merciless hands, brutally forcing that final glimmer down into the cold, muddy reality. The bitter smile on Bai Wei's face froze. She did not argue anymore. She did not defend herself anymore. Any words now would seem weak and ridiculous. She felt something inside her, rapidly turning cold, collapsing. An invisible hand clenched tightly around her heart. Suffocating numbness and cold spread through every limb. The strength holding her upright seemed to drain away in an instant. She looked up at Bayaxi's calculating face, which bore some resemblance to their father's. Her eyes were terrifyingly empty. Take your money and leave. I will not sign the agreement. There was no defiance left in her voice. Only a bone-deep, exhausted calm. Sign it or not. Does it even make a difference? The place in her heart reserved for her father had become like this cold rain, losing its last trace of warmth. Her heart was completely dead. Bai Wei, have you no shame? Seeing that even this would not make Bai Wei submit, Bayaxi finally lost her temper. At that instant, a cold flash gleamed. Bai Wei actually pulled a cold paring knife from her pocket. It was the weapon she had taken from her mother's home for protection. In that instant, Bayaxi was not the only one frightened. Lin Ranhai, hiding nearby in the shadows, also gasped in fear. Bai Wei, what are you trying to do? You do not need to be afraid. I will not sign the agreement. If you want me to sever our ties, then you might as well kill me. Seeing the knife in Bai Wei's hand and hearing her resolute words, Bai Yaxi froze. But to be safe, she quickly snatched the knife from Bai Wei's hand. At least this way, she had control. When her sister took the knife, Bai Wei simply closed her eyes and spread her hands. She stood utterly at her sister's mercy. But Bai Yaxi was still only a little girl. How could she dare to actually kill someone? After waiting a few seconds, and seeing Bai Yaxi did not react, Bai Wei suddenly gave her a cold smile. Since you will not do it, then these ties will never be severed. Do as you please. With that, Bai Wei turned and walked away. For every second she spent with her sister, she would be reminded of her father's rejection. She was merely using the feeblest way she could to provoke her overbearing little sister. Bai Yaxi gripped the knife tightly. She watched Bai Wei's retreating figure, while the image flashing through her mind was that cold smile before she left. She was clearly a homeless loser. What gave her the right to smile at me? What gave her the right? An inexplicable rage rose in Bai Yaxi's heart. Knife in hand, she hurried after Bai Wei. Before long, the two entered a dark corner beyond the reach of any streetlight. Bai Wei, stop right there. Bai Wei ignored her completely. That only made Bai Yaxi angrier. She rushed forward, grabbed Bai Wei's clothes, and forcibly pulled her around. The violent tug instantly left Bai Wei's soaked shirt in disarray. Furious, Bai Yaxi blocked her path. Behind the black curtain of rain, Bai Wei stared expressionlessly at her enraged little sister. She suddenly reached out and seized Bai Yaxi's knife-wielding wrist. Then she violently pressed the sharp blade against her own throat. Have you made up your mind? If you have, then do it. Cold rain pelted the back of Bai Yaxi's hand, then slid down the blade. Bai Wei's cold fingers forcefully covered hers, pressing the blade hard against her vulnerable carotid artery. Those eyes, once filled with countless emotions, held only dead silence now. Empty, they gazed through the rain into nothingness, as if awaiting a final judgment. Do not force me. I'm only letting you choose for yourself. If you will not choose, then go home. The rain is so heavy. Bai Wei's almost considerate words sounded like the cruelest mockery to Bai Yaxi. She wanted to see Bai Wei humiliated and surrendering, not this calm that looked down on her. Just as the crushing pressure on Bai Yaxi was pushing her to the brink of collapse, and the knife was nearly slipping from her hand, a dark figure suddenly burst out from beneath a canopy in the shadows. It was Lin Ranhai. He had been hiding in the shadows all along. The light was too dim, and he could only vaguely see a cold knife pressed to a throat. In terror, he assumed that dangerous Bai Wei was holding hostage his precious niece. Bai Yaxi had no time to think. Lin Ranhai charged out like a startled stray dog. His goal was clear: take the knife and pull Bai Yaxi away. But he never imagined that his sudden charge would be the final straw. Already on the verge of breaking down, Bai Yaxi screamed at the sudden dark figure. Instinctively, she fought desperately to wrench free of Bai Wei's grip. The instant the dark figure lunged, Bai Wei instinctively reacted in self-defense. At the instant Bai Yaxi violently pulled free, the pavement was slick. To steady herself, Bai Wei almost instinctively stumbled into Bai Yaxi before her. A deadly chain reaction began. In sheer terror, Bai Yaxi wrenched herself free. Losing her balance, she instinctively drew both hands inward, trying to grab onto something. But one of her hands still held the knife. Bai Wei lurched forward on the slick ground. Lin Ranhai lunged at them, reaching with all his strength for the hand holding the knife. The force of all three collided at once. That sharp paring knife cut a fleeting arc through the darkness. A wet rip, a soft, dull tearing sound swallowed by the downpour. Time seemed to freeze. Lin Ranhai's hand finally clamped down on Bai Yaxi's wrist, gripping the knife handle. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had succeeded. Bai Yaxi's eyes widened. Her body went rigid. As for Bai Wei, caught between them, her body gave a small jolt. She felt a brief, cold, sharp pain. She lowered her head, seemingly confused, but that cold sensation was instantly replaced by surging heat, spreading wildly from her neck. Warm liquid quickly soaked through her cold, wet clothes. The confusion had not yet left her eyes, but it mingled with a deeper, more complete relief. She made no sound of pain. The strength drained from her body like a receding tide. She crumpled backward. She crashed heavily onto the cold, waterlogged ground. The spray that splashed up mingled with the dark red liquid spreading rapidly. Those eyes, staring into endless darkness, passed over Lin Ranhai's shocked, twisted face, then Bai Yaxi's bloodless face, and finally, lost every trace of light. Lin Ranhai blankly lowered his head, looking at the knife he had just taken. Bright red blood streamed down the blade. He jerked his gaze toward Bai Wei, lying in a pool of blood. His mind went completely blank. He did not even know whether his charge had struck Bai Yaxi's hand, cutting Bai Wei, or whether, before he rushed over, Bai Wei's throat had already been cut. Overwhelming terror engulfed Lin Ranhai. Bai Yaxi was thinking the same thing. She did not know who was responsible for that cut. Murder was a serious crime. She yanked her hand back. The bloodied paring knife dropped into the puddle. She staggered backward. Her face was soaked with tears and rain. Not a trace of arrogance remained. Only raw, instinctive fear remained. Lin Ranhai froze completely in place, like a statue washed by the rain. He never meant for this to happen. He had only wanted to pull Yaxi away. He had killed someone. As the two stood frozen, they suddenly heard a passerby's footsteps. Bai Yaxi, whose face had just been filled with terror, suddenly hardened her expression. She picked up the weapon, grabbed Lin Ranhai, and fled without looking back. I hesitated for a moment. Bai Wei lay motionless in the freezing rain. My heart hurt so badly I could barely breathe. I wanted to help her up, but ghostly Bai Wei, floating beside me, stopped me. Following her gaze toward where they had fled, I understood what she meant. I was only an observer now. I had to uncover more of the truth. How those two had evaded the police investigation. Swallowing my grief, I followed Bai Yaxi and Lin Ranhai. They ran all the way to a more secluded corner. Before stopping, what do? We are finished. This is bad, really bad. If the police question us, what are we going to do? Do not panic. The rain is pouring. There are no cameras here. We will be fine. Uncle, is the girl you asked out today at your place? Yes, but I am not dating her. Then this is simple. Just agree to date her, and have her provide you with an alibi. Even the police will not believe you invited your girlfriend over, only to leave her there alone. Go out in the rain, and kill a girl you have nothing to do with. By every measure, from logic and motive to opportunity, you fit none of them. But what if the police launch a full investigation into me? They will find out I came here, will they not? Uncle, how can you know less than I do? When police investigate suspects, they do not focus on someone so unlikely. Even in the worst-case scenario, even if the police find proof you went out. What about the murder weapon? Bai Wei brought that knife herself. Who knew she would carry a knife with her? Just keep pressing that one unanswerable question about the knife, and the police will have nothing on you. Listening to Bai Yaxi, a chill ran down my spine. This young girl had knowledge far beyond her years, and a terrifying calm. Her words quickly calmed the panicked Lin Ranhai. But what about you? Your building elevator has surveillance cameras. How will you explain being filmed leaving? I did not take the elevator when I came down earlier. I sneaked out without my parents knowing, so I deliberately took the stairs to avoid the cameras. When I go back, I just need to take the stairs again. The elevator records will only show me coming home this afternoon. Suddenly, I understood. No wonder that, in the investigation in my previous life, there was no record of anyone from the Bai family leaving. To keep it from her parents, Bai Yaxi deliberately avoided the cameras. Ironically, that became the key to evading the police investigation. If she had not planned the murder, why would she avoid the cameras? If she had planned the murder, why had the victim brought the weapon herself? Those two inescapable logical contradictions, along with Passerby who Joe's testimony that he fled after an attempted rape, and the devastation the torrential rain caused at the scene, completely led the police investigation astray. That was the full truth behind the unsolved case from my previous life. Two accidental killers, both with alibis, neither having planned to kill, neither having prepared a weapon, under the cover of a heaven-sent downpour. This case, born of countless coincidences, became a perfect crime, nearly impossible to solve. Watching the two disappear, all that remained in my heart was desolation. Who was the true killer? Lin Ranhai, or Bai Yaxi? There was no answer. But before either of them acted, Bai Wei had, in truth, already been killed. What had truly killed her was her broken family, her father who ignored her, and her unhinged mother. As I sank into painful self-reproach, suddenly, a small, icy hand gently touched my cheek. Feeling that cold touch against my cheek, I turned my head in a daze. I saw ghostly Bai Wei floating in midair, looking at me with utter tenderness and deep compassion. Stop following me. Stop keeping me company. This is as far as it goes. At last, she spoke. That familiar voice, tugging at my heartstrings, after 10 long years, rang clearly in my ears once more, but it carried a heartbreaking loneliness. Am I dreaming right now? Before I could even finish my question, she raised a slender, pale finger and gently pressed it to my lips. There is no difference. It is all in the past now. Does that mean it is over? You took on a responsibility that was never yours, and carried guilt you were never meant to bear. I watched you every day, watching you torture yourself with your obsession for 10 years. It is time to let it end. You have already uncovered everything you needed to. What the truth was no longer matters, because before that blade came down, my heart had already died. My heart jolted. At last, I understood how she had felt then. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. When the whole world had abandoned her, whether her body still lived, no longer mattered to her. To her at that moment, that blade was even a form of release. She had never imagined that because I had failed to take her in, I would turn this tragedy into a 10-year shackle and imprison myself in guilt and regret. Once you let go, I can leave in peace. This guilt should not be yours. You should not carry it either. Cherish the present. She is still waiting for you to come home. Do not chase an obsession from the past and neglect the person before you who deserves to be cherished most. Hearing those words, my whole body trembled. Yes, I had been living in an obsession with the past. To uncover the truth, I had even risked crossing the line of the law. If this continued, I would truly be beyond redemption. I looked at her, dreamlike and unreal before me, unable to tell if this was a real meeting of souls or an illusion my subconscious had created to save me. But whether it was real or not, I had to give her a promise, so she could leave in peace. I understand now. This matter has been put to rest. Do not worry, I will not live in the past anymore. Hearing my promise, Bai Wei finally showed a joyful, relieved smile. The next moment, the cold, rainy night around me began to warp and dissolve. When I jolted awake, it was already the next morning. The torrential rain had long since stopped. Brilliant sunlight hung high in the rain-washed sky. After sleeping heavily all night, as I woke, I felt the gloom in my heart swept completely away. The rain had passed, and the sky was clear. Everything around me looked exceptionally clear. I looked around and discovered I was still lying on the roof of that unfinished building from last night. Puddles covered the wet rooftop around me, yet my clothes were surprisingly dry. I did not know whether the strong wind had dried them, or whether it was some unexplainable miracle. I rose to my feet and gazed at Qingqing, bathed in sunlight in the distance. Whether it was a dream or reality, let it be. From that bizarre dream last night, I had finally made sense of everything from my previous life. Bai Wei's death was not simply an accident, nor was it inevitable. It was the destruction wrought by her broken family, countless twists of fate, and overwhelming despair, all piling together. That created the tragedy. As long as I am here, I will never let this happen again. When I returned home, the house was silent. I quietly walked into the living room and immediately saw Bai Wei wrapped in that thin blanket, curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. The thunderstorm had raged last night. Afraid of thunder, she had not gone back to the comfortable guest room. Instead, curling up on the living room sofa, she must have been waiting for me to come home. Watching her peaceful sleeping face, feeling the weight of her dependence on me, I could not help but smile tenderly. I walked over and pulled her sleeping blanket back into place, then turned and returned to my room. After being drenched in rain all night, I quickly rinsed off, took a hot bath, and drove the chill from my body. When I was dressed and returned to the living room, Bai Wei was still deeply asleep. She must have stayed up late worrying about me last night. Seeing how peacefully she slept, I could not bear to wake her. The past is past. From today on, I will live only for this vibrant girl before me. This is Gu Nancheng's house. How did I return to that rainy night? Bai Wei. What happened to you? Gu Nancheng. I heard your parents are away on business, and you are home alone. Could you let me stay at your house for a few days? I will not stay for free. I can help with the housework, or I can help you study, or tidy up your room, anything. Please. Just seeing her standing there, I can barely control myself. If she really moved in, what if I did something inappropriate? My parents would break my legs when they got back. By the way, it might not be convenient for you to stay at my house. Did you run out of money and cannot get home? How about I take you home? We can get a taxi. It will be quick. Go home. Which home? My mother stabbed someone and threw me out. What home do I have left? No, I would be troubling you too much. It is no trouble. Wait here. The rain is too heavy. I will get you an umbrella and a raincoat. Thank you. Qingqing. Do not go. Please, do not leave. By the way, I brought you a raincoat. By the way. Where are you? By the way. What about you? The rain is so heavy. I will be fine. Back then, I had already lost all hope. Why did I still protect someone else? Ha ha ha. My dear sister. How did you end up like this? By Yaxi. What exactly do you want? Why do you get to steal father's love from me? Sign it. From today onward, you will have nothing to do with the Bai family. Ha ha ha. No one wants me anymore. In such heavy rain, father would not even let you through the door. No one likes you at all. You want me to sign it? Fine. Unless you kill me right now. You are insane. You lunatic. Let go. Get your hands off me. By the way, how dare you lay a hand on my niece? Let go of her. I did not mean to. I was afraid she would hurt you. She slipped on her own. No, we did not kill her. Run. Go. Why way? Mom, I am sorry. I am so sorry. Fengzhi, look at me. It is me, Li Gang. The psychological shock was too severe. I am afraid she has lost her mind. Mom, it is me, Wai Wei. Please, touch me. Wai Wei. Bai Wei is gone. Fengzhi, wake up. You cannot fall apart too. Ha ha ha. Wai Wei, be good. I was wrong. It turns out that a person's life has never belonged to them alone. Ha ha ha. You. What is wrong? What happened? Nansheng. Blondie, are you mute? What happened to her? Something happened to Bai Wei. What happened? Tell me clearly. I heard she was murdered in the old district. Gunansheng, do not scare me. Say something. I am sorry. Fool, you have nothing to apologize for. Why Wei? My Why Wei. Mom is the one who hurt you. Mom scolded you and drove you away. Even in a world without me. Were you really this heartbroken? HMPH. Dad, the police will not find anything, right? Nansheng. Lights are out, and you are always the last to leave. Do you not care about your health? Gunansheng, do not do this. Do not punish yourself this way. It was not your fault. Stop punching. Please stop and rest for a moment. Stay back. Come closer, and I will hurt her. Hurt her. Gunansheng. He is warm. I can touch him now. Nansheng, can you feel me? Answer me. Quick, his blood pressure is dropping. A major artery has ruptured. Give him hyperbaric oxygen now. Every injury was a lash of penance for him. He risked his life without a second thought. All to join the criminal investigation unit, to get access to that one long-buried case by ways. One year later, City Criminal Investigation Unit. Nansheng, you fought your way into the Criminal Investigation Unit. But this place became your new prison. How many years has it been? I gave my statement back then. I really did not see anyone. Enough? It is really enough. That night, you offered to take me home. That was all a high school student could possibly do. Stop blaming yourself. Gunansheng, this was not your fault. You have nothing to apologize for. There must be a clue right in front of me. Sigh. Nansheng. Let it go. This case cannot be solved. No. This was no accident. The killer has to be in the city. I will drag him out into the open. Why Wei? Bai Wei. Gunansheng, Enough. It is really enough. You already made the best choice possible. Why are you still torturing yourself? Even if you had not taken me in back then, you still offered to take me home. That was the most any student could have done. Why do you take responsibility that was never yours and force it onto yourself? You appear every time there's a thunderstorm. Why, Wei, do you blame me? Do you blame me for failing to get you justice? Could you let me stay the night? Why, Wei? So. This was the truth of what happened back then. His excitement when he opened the door, his strange behavior, were because he had just lived through 10 hellish years without me. I am sorry. I hurt you. Thank goodness. You are alive. Thank goodness. This world is wonderful. A world where you saved me is so wonderful. Qingqing, now it is my turn to heal you. This rain. This thunder. Is this not the day I traveled back 10 years? Nansheng, you are still investigating this case. I entered the police academy because of this case. I fought my way into the criminal investigation unit because of it. Forensics went over it 3 times back then. There was not even a shoe print or fingerprint. Provincial experts concluded it was the work of a roaming offender. But you insist the killer is in the city. Hello. Nansheng, we have news. That missing girl case you have pursued for 10 years. A death row inmate suddenly confessed before his execution. He said he had accomplices. Who confessed? Tell me. Lin Ranhai, by way Steve Mother's younger brother. Impossible. Lin Ranhai had an alibi. How could it be him? He was not alone. According to his confession, Bai Wei's younger sister, Bai Yaxi, was also there. What? You are saying you were involved in Bai Wei's case? Lin Ranhai, think carefully before you speak. Heh. Officer Gu. I am about to face the firing squad anyway. There is no reason for me to joke about this. The rain was too heavy that night. Whether I killed Bai Wei or Bai Yaxi did, I cannot say for sure. But that girl was definitely an accomplice. Her death had something to do with me, at least. Is this guy making it up to buy himself a few more days? Or is it true? I need Bai Yaxi's statement to verify it. Officer Gu. The account in those chat records belongs to my mother. My mother denied it too. That rainy night 10 years ago. No fingerprints. No murder weapon. Based only on a death row inmate's confession. What can you use to convict me? Bai Yaxi, do not celebrate too soon. I will keep my eyes on you for the rest of my life. Then I will wait for your evidence, Officer Gu. He did not blame us, and the tragedy did not happen again. I will take good care of her. It was only a dream. It will be fine once I wake up. I dreamed I kept investigating and would not stop. Dreams are the opposite of reality. Eat first. I will make some noodles. Did I not tell you to sit and wait? I cannot sit still. What can I do to help? Hand me the scallions. I dreamed that after I was gone, you pursued the truth alone for many years. You were so exhausted, you could not even care for yourself. Finish the noodles first. Do not let the broth scorch. I am not afraid that dream will come true. I am afraid you would really push yourself that far. I will not. If something happens, I will ask for help. I will stop. And I will tell you. Why Wei? Was there a heavy rainstorm in your dream too? Ah. How did you know? Because I dreamed it too. We had the same dream. After you fell asleep this afternoon, you kept shouting, "Stop investigating." What did you dream about? Qingqing looked at me. Nothing has happened now. It is sunny outside. I am here. You can hold me. No matter what the dream was, it only reminds us not to lose ourselves. I changed the sheets in the guest room. I will sleep in the guest room. You go back to your room. What if I dream again? Knock, call, turn on the lights. Anything is fine. You too. MMHM. Deal. Half a month later, the college entrance exam results were released. I thought I would dream about my score last night. Instead, I did not dream at all. That is good. While we are awake, we can check the results ourselves. Qingqing, I am a little nervous. Relax. Walking side by side would be best. But different paths do not mean we will lose each other. Click when you are ready. Together. Congratulations to me. 675. Looks like all that studying paid off. I really did it. You did it yourself, one step at a time. But I do not know if my score is enough to get in. Do not change your major just for me. I will not. Clinical medicine is the path I want. What if we are not in the same major? Loving someone does not mean forcing two paths into one. We can each move forward and still remain side by side. MMHM. Admission results. Do not be nervous. The result will not disappear just because you stare at it harder. I am afraid I will see hope, only to lose it again. Believe in yourself. I made the cutoff. Congratulations, future Dr. Bai. I still have to wait for the final admission notice, but I can finally submit my choices with confidence. Choose what you want. Annie, I have sorted out all the photos. Only the last section of string lights in the hallway is left. We got the safety charm too. Have you finished that journal? I finished it. The last page. Do not let him see it early, no matter what. What are you hiding? What is this? So, you remembered it all. You are awake. Happy birthday, Qingqing. You did all this. None of this was here before bed last night. You were sleeping especially deeply this morning. So I got up early to decorate. Luckily, I did not wake you. Here, this is your first present. Annie, and I had this charm specially blessed for you. It will keep you safe for a whole year. You have to wear it properly all year. HMPH. Only 1 year. That is not enough for you? I will get you another one next year. Alright, birthday boy, go have breakfast first. Then, what about this? I did not know what gift would suit you. So I prepared this slightly special gift. You open it and have a look. I'm going back to catch up on sleep. Wait until I am back in my room before you open it. No peeking. That rainy night, that changed everything. You opened your door to me. And opened a path to the light. You told me Antlin's store had everything 90% off. And I foolishly believed you. It was the first time I felt the luxury of being cherished. How could that be? So, you once trusted me so completely too. By the way, thank you for your gift. I really love it. Did we not say we would stop saying thank you? But on my birthday, after receiving such an important gift, I just could not help myself. Then I will break that rule today too. Qingqing, thank you for coming into my life. Thank you for all the warmth and courage you gave me. This journal records every day since we met. It is my most precious treasure. Because of you, I became who I am today. Every birthday and every day from now on, I want to be by your side. I do not have a better gift. But at least I can give myself to you. As long as you do not get tired of me. Silly girl, I will never get tired of you. You will always be the best birthday gift I could ever receive. Nothing else comes close. Ah. Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, why are you here so early? I think you are upset that we showed up at the wrong time, are you not? Ha ha ha. Blame your mother, HMPH. She insisted we come while you were asleep, to set up a birthday surprise for you two. Who knew you would get up so early? Why way? Did you get up early to set all this up? MMHM. While he was still asleep this morning, I just wanted to put it together. Careful. Oh my. You really went to so much trouble. It was no trouble. Listen to your mother. You too. Go back to the bedroom and get some more sleep. Leave the rest of the decorating to us three old folks. When your friends arrive this afternoon, you will have the energy to have fun. Then, Waiwei, you go sleep first. I have slept enough. I will stay and help you decorate. Heh. You are the birthday boy today. There is no need for you to lift a finger. Go rest with Waiwei. Heh. Mom, Did you not say today was the day you went through labor? The day you went through labor? Shouldn't I be the one taking care of you? Silly boy. This is the happiest day of every year for me. Because 18 years ago today, heaven blessed me with my most precious big, chubby baby boy. Why, you got up at dawn to decorate the living room. It was no trouble. Listen to Grandma. Go back to the room with Nansheng and get some more sleep. Yes. Go rest. Leave the rest to us three old folks. Ha ha ha. Mom, Dad. Did you hear anything? They are hugging. Oh, do not shiv me. My hearing is not so good. Annie, they are still eavesdropping. Ignore them. Gu Nansheng. We are going to Xiangshuan Medical College together. We will always be together. The two lovebirds are finally out of bed. Ha ha ha. By way, why are you hiding? You are not the birthday girl today, unless you two were up to something last night. Ha ha ha. It is my birthday today. Anyone who picks on her, hand over your gift first. Happy birthday, Gu. Here is mine too. So, you cannot say we are freeloading anymore. HMPH. Blondie has been pretty hardworking lately. What is this about? Even Gu Nansheng's birthday cannot keep your mouth shut. Happy birthday, brother-in-law. Ha ha ha. Who taught you to call me that? That is what everyone calls you. Kids do not lie. Thanks, little brother-in-law. Gu Nansheng. Ha ha ha. 18 years old. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday. Click. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday. What did you wish for? If I say it, it will not come true. What else? Getting into college. To keep going to the same school as Bai Wei. You do not need to wish for that. Ha ha ha, thanks. See that? The family pecking order is already set. Say less. Eat your cake. Mind your own business. I am afraid you will choke. Ha ha ha. Gu, if we do not see each other in college, do not pretend you do not know us. You worry about yourself first. Ha ha ha. Happy birthday. I will be going now. Ha ha ha. Happy birthday. It is so wonderful seeing you two like this. Mom, you are leaving again tonight. Your dad still has things that need handling. Being able to come back and spend your birthday with you already counts as successfully taking a day off. Can you not stay one more night? Gu Nansheng, after today, you will be an adult. Does being an adult mean I cannot want Mom to stay a little longer? Of course you can. But adulthood means learning to fly on your own. And learning to protect the people you want to protect. Why, I am leaving him in your care. Do not let this boy act recklessly. Do not worry, Annie. I will keep an eye on him. Why does that make it sound like I am the one who needs looking after? What do you think? I am leaving. He is always like this. At least he came back today. From now on, I will keep you company while we wait for him to come back. Why do you keep staring at me? I am seeing how 18-year-old you differs from yesterday's you. Can you tell? You're even more shameless. You are still not asleep. Happy birthday in advance. Good night. Zhangxiang University, Xiangshuan Medical College, 2 admission letters. 8-year clinical medicine program. That takes you straight through to a doctorate, right? If all goes well, yes, that is wonderful. Our Weiwei has done us proud too. She and Nansheng got into such an excellent school together. Grandma, everyone has been helping me all along. If you do not work hard yourself, no one's help will do any good. Bring the admission letters closer. Let me see. You have already looked at them 3 times. They are my son's and future daughter-in-law's admission letters. Even 10 times would not be enough. Any, ha ha ha. Weiwei, You received your admission letter, right? Dad knew you would make something of yourself. Getting into Qiangquan Medical College's 8-year program is wonderful news for the Bai family. Dad wants to throw you a college acceptance celebration. We will invite all the relatives and have a proper celebration. There is no need. How can there not be? You will be leaving Jiangcheng soon. Quite a few uncles want to see you. Dad is already looking at hotels. I will make sure it is a grand affair. If you do not want to go, refuse. When is it? In 3 days. Do not worry. Dad will arrange everything properly. Why did you agree? Some of my uncles were good to me before. I will be leaving soon, so I should see them once. Just because of them? And because this time, I do not want to hide anymore. Ha ha ha. Wai Wei is here. Come sit beside Dad. Wai Wei, you look so beautiful today. Thank you. You all know already, right? Our Wai Wei got into Zhongshan University, Qiangquan Medical College, the 8-year clinical medicine program. An 8-year program is no small feat. When she graduates, she'll have a medical doctorate, a true expert. Wai Wei has been smart since she was little, but most importantly, she worked hard herself. After all, Wai Wei has hardly relied on anyone these past years. Let us not bring up the past. A father and daughter do not stay angry with each other overnight. To see Wai Wei where she is today, no one is happier than me, her father. When Wai Wei becomes a doctor, do not forget us elders. I have only just received my admission letter. I still have a great deal to learn. Ha ha ha. So humble and level-headed. This girl is sure to have a bright future. Ha ha ha. That is right. You have a ready-made role model at home. Ask your sister to teach you anything you do not understand. Ha ha ha. It is wonderful for the sisters to help each other. Ha ha ha. Both girls have their own strengths. Yaxi is also very talented in art. Talent still requires hard work. You cannot always think about having fun. Mom is right. From now on, I will learn from my sister. That is more like it. Yaxi has grown more sensible too. Sister. I was immature before. If there is anything I do not understand in my studies, can I ask you? Of course you can. Why did you keep watching Yaxi just now? Do not meet her alone again. You think she was putting on an act. When someone has truly let go, they do not dig their nails into their palms while smiling. Maybe Dad just made her uncomfortable by comparing her to me in front of everyone. She felt uncomfortable. Feeling uncomfortable and hating you are two different things. She is my sister, so we can give her a chance, but we cannot entrust your safety to her too. Qingqing, your Wai Wei is still the one who makes you proud. The Bai family will have a medical doctor soon. Xia, look. This one turned out well. Have it printed tomorrow and put it in the most prominent spot in the living room. I am telling you, this photo must go in the most prominent spot. The college acceptance celebration is over. That is enough. What do you mean, enough? An 8-year medical doctorate. So many people cannot get in, no matter how hard they try. This is the Bai family's pride. Wai Wei earned her results with her own ability. You do not need to keep comparing her to Yaxi. I am only doing it for Yaxi's own good. Today, you saw it at the banquet. See how poised your sister is, in both words and actions. Now look at you. All evening, you did nothing but stare down at your phone. I was not on it the whole time. And now you are talking back. If you were half as easy to raise as your sister, would I have to lecture you every day? Enough. Yaxi works very hard at her art too. Mom, I have training camp next month. I need a new set of art supplies. Can you not use the old ones? The teacher said I need them for the exam. A set of art supplies costs several thousand yuan. Your grades have not improved noticeably. Do not buy them yet. Oh right, get a bank card ready for Wai Wei tomorrow. What does she need a card for? It is her first time leaving Jiangshang. We should give her some living expenses. Put 100,000 yuan in it to start. We cannot let her future in-laws think the Bai family is cheap. You will not even buy my art supplies, which cost only a few thousand yuan. Someone is already preparing everything my sister needs, and you still want to give her 100,000 yuan. How is that the same? Your sister got into Xiangchuan Medical College, the 8-year program, so no matter what I do, I will never measure up to her. Is that it? If you truly cannot accept that, then get into one yourself and show me. Qingqing, say less. Am I wrong? You have spoiled this child. Your father drank too much today. Do not take his words to heart. Mom, do you think my sister is better than me too? You are sisters. There is no need to compare. But everyone compares us. Get some rest early. Jiangshang will experience heavy rainfall tonight. Residents are advised to avoid going out. Should we keep the charger on your side or mine? Keep one on each side. Then you will not have to rummage through my bag when you cannot find yours again. When have I ever rummaged through your bag? At least 20 times during our 3 years of high school. That was because you always put my things away from me. Yaxi? Sister, it is me. Wait a moment. What are you doing? Tell her father. She is here with us. You are afraid her family will think we are hiding her, and I am afraid someone might deliberately set us up so we cannot clear our names. Send it. Sister, I have nowhere to go. Come in first. I only argue with Mom and Dad. I ran out in a moment of anger. I am afraid to go home. I do not know who else to turn to. It is raining so heavily outside. You should at least call home. All Dad says now is that I am not as good as. I am sorry, sister. I am not blaming you. I will find you some clean clothes, okay? You can stay in the guest room tonight. Thank you, brother-in-law. Your father already knows you are here. I will take you home first thing tomorrow morning. Okay. Could she really have just argued with her family? Maybe you still do not trust her. That is why I did not throw her out. But being soft-hearted is not the same as letting your guard down. Nancheng, I have stood outside someone else's door in the rain before. I know. So I cannot bring myself to close the door on her. Then do not close it. You can be kind. I will stay on guard. Could she really have just argued with her family? Maybe you still do not trust her. That is why I did not throw her out. But being soft-hearted is not the same as letting your guard down. I have stood outside someone else's door in the rain before. I will stay on guard. You be kind. Even college, you have to go together. By the way, why? Why does every good thing go to you? What are you looking for? I was thirsty, so I came out for water. The kitchen is behind you. It is my first time here. I do not know my way around. Yet you know where the admission letter is. I just happened to see it. Bai Yaxi. Bai Wei is willing to trust you, because she still sees you as her sister. Do not take advantage of her kindness. Brother-in-law, you have hated me from the start. I do not care what kind of person you are. Just do not hurt her. What if I really wanted to hurt my sister? I am kidding. I am just jealous of my sister. She has you by her side, and Grandpa and Grandma love her. But no matter what I do at home, Dad only says I am not as good as her. That is your father's problem. It is not Bai Wei's fault. But if she had not come back, Dad would not have become like this. How Bai Qingqing treats you is his choice. If you hold Bai Wei responsible for that, it only proves you are just like him. Here is your water. Finish it, then go back to sleep. I will take you home tomorrow. What if my sister wants me to stay a few more days? She will not. Can you make that decision for her? I do not make decisions for her, but I will tell her everything I saw tonight. Wai Wei, sorry for putting you both out last night. She is fine. Your sister will soon be leaving town for college, and she still has to worry about you. When will you finally be as sensible as she is? Get home quickly today. Do not cause your sister any more trouble. I am sorry, sister. It is not your fault. Dad should not keep comparing us, but I really should take things more seriously. I want to buy some study guides for the new semester. Sister, can you help me choose? I want to work hard too, so Dad will not be disappointed in me. Of course. I will go with you. Okay, thank you, brother-in-law. Sister, what about this one? It has more basic exercises. It is good for filling gaps in your foundation. What about this one? It has more difficult problems. It is too advanced. You do not need to buy it yet. MMHMM. Sister, did you used to study late every day? Not really. Finding the right method matters more than staying up all night. No wonder Dad likes you so much. Yaxi, there is no need for us to compete over who Dad likes. I know. Yaxi, Nansheng, let us go. I am sorry. My foot slipped. Is Wai Wei hurt? No, you had better pray. The security cameras caught it. You really are devious. Brother-in-law, why are you always targeting me? Because from the moment you entered my home, you were not watching your sister. You were watching the exits and security cameras. I was not. I think I saw her charge at you just now. It did not look like a fall. Sister, believe me, how could I possibly hurt you? Your hand did push against my back just now. From the footage, this was no ordinary fall. The angle is misleading. You cannot see clearly at all. Then let us check another angle. At the college celebration, you deliberately acted friendly. On that stormy night, you came to our door on your own. Today, you used buying books to bring her here. From the very beginning, you were waiting for a chance to catch Bai Wei alone. That is not true. Are you still going to claim your foot slipped? Yaxi, why do you hate me so much? After I left the Bai family, I never took anything from you. I never took Dad from you either. And I never asked Dad to do anything for me. Shut up. Then why? Because you should not have come back. You had already left. Why did you have to come back? Why is it that the moment you return, Dad can only see you? Why does every relative praise you? Why does everyone use you to lecture me? I never asked them to do that. But as long as you exist, I will always be by Yaxi, the sister who is not good enough. You got into medical school. You have Gunanshan. You have everything now. Why did you come back to steal my family? That family never truly belonged to me. But Dad regrets it now. He threw you a college celebration and praised you in front of everyone. He never praised me like that. So you wanted to push her down the stairs. The security footage is clear. No, you cannot call the police. I was wrong. I just acted on impulse. Please forgive me this once. Her guardian has arrived. Yaxi, let me see if you are hurt. What exactly happened? The security footage shows that miss by Yaxi clearly and deliberately pushed someone. The relevant footage has been preserved. Could this be a misunderstanding? It is normal for sisters to roughhouse. Bai Wei was the one who nearly fell. She is my family now. Wai Wei. Yaxi is still young. If this gets blown out of proportion, what will happen to her future? You are her older sister. Can you let this go? For Dad's sake. I nearly fell down the stairs. You have been here all this time. Yet you never once asked whether I was hurt. It is not that I do not care about you. I just knew Gunanshen caught you. You are fine now, are you not? So as long as I did not actually fall, what she did does not matter. That is not what I mean. At the college celebration, you praised me in front of everyone. I thought you finally saw me as your daughter. But now I understand. You praised me only because I got into a good school and made you look good. Wai Wei. Yaxi pushed me, and you are pleading for her, only because this will disgrace the Bai family. We are only tools to make you proud, or embarrass you. Dad can make it up to you from now on. There is no need. This is the last time I will call you Dad. Mr. Bai, please cooperate with us for now. Will you not ask whether I regret it? Are you hungry? A little. Then let us eat first. I used to think that if I were just a little more sensible, maybe they would like me. And now I understand. Some people's choices are not my fault. And I already have a family. You never need to suffer mistreatment to prove you deserve love. The noodles are getting soggy, then cry while you eat. Who comforts someone like that? As long as it works. 10 days until school starts. The school dorms have for students to a room. There are also apartments for rent near campus. Do you want to live off campus? I think you should stay in the dorms at first. Okay. Are you not afraid of living with strangers? A little. But we cannot have only each other forever. College is not just about dating. I want to make new friends and see whether, away from familiar people, I can manage life on my own. What about after a year? We will decide after a year. Whatever you say. You are not secretly buying an apartment near campus, are you? Do I look that rich? You look capable of anything. Did you pack cold medicine? Yes. What about your identification card? In my carry-on. 2 chargers, too. Your admission letter? Grandpa, that is the 5th time you have asked. It never hurts to ask a few extra times when you are traveling far. MMHMM. Message me when you get to Shangchuan. Nansheng, do not wander off just because you have a good sense of direction. When have I ever wandered off? Wai Wei, keep an eye on him. Okay. Especially watch out for those pretty Xianchuan girls. Do not let anyone lure her away. You do not need to worry about that. So confident? Because no one can put up with her. Ha ha ha. You have learned to slander me before school has even started. Ha ha ha. Ha. From now on, whoever is first to forget to reply has to treat the whole group to dinner. That will definitely be Cheng. You talk the most. You would be first on the chopping block. Even if we are not at the same school, it is not like we will never see each other. Easy for you to say. Your school is a 4-hour drive from mine. 4 hours. It is not 40 hours. Oh, that sounds interesting. Drink your soda. Do not shut down the group chat after school starts. Then we will see each other in the group chat after school starts. See you during winter break. Message us when you arrive. We are off. Xiangchuan is very humid. Change your clothes often. I will remember. Do not carry every burden alone when something happens. Call home. I am here. It is because you will be there that I need to remind you both. Grandpa, you have that little faith in me. I am afraid you will both try to be strong. Go on inside. Do not miss your flight. Okay. Grandma. I will be back for winter break. Grandpa, Grandma, you should head home. Now. What will our city look like from the sky? You will find out soon. Were you nervous the first time you flew? I do not remember. Then you are not allowed to laugh at me later. When have I ever laughed at you? 3 minutes ago, when I could not find my identification card at security. I was reminding you. You were clearly laughing. Come on. To Xiangchuan. Do not be afraid. I am not afraid. Then why are you gripping the armrest hard enough to bend it? My heart is just beating really fast. We are really flying. We are experiencing turbulence. Please keep your seat belts fastened. This is normal too. It is normal. Are you sure? Just hold on to me. I never knew it was so bright above the clouds. I do not want to leave. I do not want to leave Grandpa and Grandma, or you and the others. I used to think leaving was terrifying. And now, I still do not want to leave. But there are some things I no longer want to carry with me. Then leave them beneath the clouds. Ladies and gentlemen, the aircraft will begin its descent shortly. Zhangxiang University should be over there. It is in the other direction. Can you see it? I cannot see the school. He actually admitted it so directly. Then why did you sound so certain? But the direction is definitely right. Student Gunanshan, you are still this confident in an unfamiliar city. How else am I supposed to lead the way? Xiangchuan. Welcome to Xiangchuan, passengers. It is so hot. I will hold an umbrella for you in a minute. You only have 2 hands. 1 hand is for the luggage. What about me? Your job is to stay close. What did they just say? I do not know. Did you not say you would show me around? Showing you around does not include translating the local dialect. Zhangxiang Avenue. Got it. You two are freshmen, right? Zhangxiang University. Xiangchuan Medical College. Those are excellent schools. Clinical medicine is tough. You need to be mentally prepared. We will work hard. This is the Xiang River. Yes, once we cross the river, it is a short drive to the Hexi University district. A brand new life. Countless golden glimmers. We have arrived at Xiangchuan Medical College's new campus. I am here. It feels like we were always running from something before. But this time, we are not running away. We are going somewhere we chose for ourselves. Then let us go together. Thank you, driver. Students, the men's dorms are in the East District. Family members can wait in the rest area. Senior, I am a freshman too. Sorry, he was carrying all the luggage. So I thought you were here with your boyfriend. Actually, he is accompanying me. Admitted. Gunanshan, 8-year clinical medicine program. Admitted. By way, also in the 8-year clinical medicine program. You are both in the 8-year program? Yes. One of you ranked first in the Jiang exam district, and the other ranked second. Did you know each other in high school? We sat together. And now you are dating? Deskmates, admitted together into clinical medicine. Both in the 8-year clinical program. That is unbelievable. Men's dormitory, East District, Building 3. Women's dormitory, West District, Building 7. Medical college. From here on, you will have to go your separate ways. Student, men are not allowed upstairs. I will take her luggage to the entrance. Not even to the entrance. Leave it here. She can carry it herself. Your documents are in the innermost compartment. The charger is in the side pocket. The medicine is Qingqing. What is it? I am just going to my dorm. I am not going on a secret mission. Close enough. I will take good care of myself. Call me if anything happens. It is for kilometers from the East District to the West District. Are you going to fly over? I can take a taxi. Qingqing. It is not that I do not need you, but I want to learn to face some things on my own. You have always protected me. From now on, I want to become someone you can rely on too. Then I will wait for that. Wait for what? For Dr. Bai to protect me. Go check in. You must be our last roommate. My name is Qingqing. By way, was that your brother or your boyfriend downstairs? You came to college with a boyfriend already. We are studying clinical medicine. The 8-year program is demanding. Having a boyfriend is fine, but it is best not to make calls in the dorm every day. It disrupts everyone else's rest. I will not. I am just making that clear in advance. No matter how good your grades were before, even top students can fall behind if they get caught up in dating. Jiang, why bring this up when you have just met her? Whether dating affects your studies depends on the person. It is not about whether you have a boyfriend. A girlfriend, yes. Which school? This one. Same major, same class. Then she is right under your nose. Why does she even need to live in a dorm? She wants to meet new people. She also wants a life of her own. Are you not afraid she will meet someone better in college? No. That confident. It is not confidence. It is trust in her. I already had breakfast. You only drank half a glass of milk. I have not seen you all day. Did you miss me? Then I will hang up. You would not dare. Student Gu. Take a look. First place. And you? You only scored half a point higher than me. Half a point is still higher. Next semester, I will definitely beat you. All right. Why are you not nervous at all? I will be happy if you surpass me. HMPH, hypocrite. Home. Have you lost weight? The cafeteria food is great. Has Nanshang not been taking good care of you? Grandpa. He takes better care of people than I do now. Mom. Why are you back? My son and daughter-in-law are home for their first winter break. How could I not come back? Annie. Ha ha ha. You are still calling me Annie? Has anyone at school bullied you? No. My roommates are all very nice. Are any male students pursuing you? I think so. When? Ah ha ha. I am kidding. See, he acts like he is not worried. But inside, he is more nervous than anyone. Ha ha ha. By way, come take a walk with me. At this late hour? There is somewhere I want to take you. Where are we going? We are almost there. Why are you acting so strange today? How am I strange? You usually walk faster than I do. But today, you have been walking behind me. I was afraid you would run away. Where could I run to? That is why I want to keep you here with me. Welcome home. When did you prepare all this? Someone started planning it before you came back from Xiangshuan, so we would not let it slip. We did not dare message you these past few days. By the way, I used to think that as long as I kept you by my side and shielded you from everything, that meant I was protecting you. But then you told me you wanted a life of your own too. You wanted to make new friends, to handle problems on your own, and become someone I could rely on too. That is when I realized the one I love was never the Bai Wei who needed my protection. It is the Bai Wei who, no matter what she has been through, still chooses kindness and keeps moving forward. We are still young, and the future holds so many changes, so I am not trying to bind you with a promise. I want to ask you, whatever changes the future brings, will you face them all with me? By the way, will you marry me? Did you not say you would wait for me to protect you? I can wait a lifetime. Then it is a promise. From now on, it will not just be you protecting me. We will protect each other. Okay, I do. He is officially my brother-in-law now. Good. Being engaged does not mean you can bully Weiwei. I would never. Grandpa, he would not dare. Nanshang's grandmother left this to me years ago. Now, I am giving it to you. Annie, this is far too precious. You can accept it after you start calling me Mom. Mom. Gu Nansheng, move a little closer. By the way, look at the camera. Dr. Gu. We graduated. Dr. Bai. What comes next? Someone has kept me waiting all these years. The wedding is already arranged. When? Tomorrow. Gu Nansheng. Ha ha ha. Every semester from now on, every year, I want to spend them all with you. Okay. He has suffered so much in the past. From now on, the two of you must build a good life together. I will. Ha. Mr. Gu Nansheng. Do you? I do. I have not finished asking yet. No matter what you ask, as long as it is with him. If it means being with him, I do. Ms. Bai Wei, do you take Mr. Gu Nansheng as your husband? To support each other and face the future together? I do. Do you remember the first time we flew to Xiangshuan? I remember. Back then, I said, we were always running away from something. What about now? Now, we do not have to run anymore. Where do you want to go now? I do not know. That is all right. Why? As long as we go together, anywhere is fine. Let us go. Back home.